so much to everyone for bearing with us. We had to make very last-minute adjustments to the plan due to a series of repressive actions that occurred in response to the tribunal. So we're just setting up the tech as soon as we have the live stream going and people are being admitted into the room, and then we'll be ready to go. Inshallah. We know when it comes to Palestine, we always have to say a big inshallah.
We look forward to hearing about the repressive actions.
Oh, Senator. Hello, Senator. Yes? Yes, okay. Richard Falk and Halal are Joyce and
Yeah, they are. I warned them to be a crowd today. Just be gentle.
I know I wanted to bring my computer and I was like, I don't know. No, you're right, it's not. Did they say that?
Like back in late 2023, early 2024.
Really?
There's always a guy who was in the U.S. Marines who climbed really high.
Yeah.
That's my guess, because I've met them before in other places.
In the U.S. Marines with a boat, you know, and he's like trying. People don't like to be reminded of the fact that they're oppressive. And I remember back in 2014, my friend gave me a video for the first time I'd ever had one, and someone turned to me and they're like, "Do you know what that is?" And I was like,
I told Dylan about the Wi-Fi. He's on the phone with ISD for the rest of the gifts.
Yeah, it feels kind of gross to wear something like that because you're like, oh, they just printed this out, you know, get some really beautiful things. Yeah.
Okay. Have you gentlemen seen Aziza?
Sorry?
Have you gentlemen seen Aziza? No. Okay. Well, I am live streaming now.
I saw her take her call earlier.
Okay.
Hi, it's all set up. It's okay. I just need to give him a way. Yeah, I need to give him a way to share it. So let me figure that out with him too. Do we need Aziza to come back and where it needs to be shared? Oh, okay. We don't know where to share it, Aziza. Okay. Okay, we'll try to figure it out. Okay, just send it through. Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So tell me what's the routine?
I have it.
Oh, it's on there.
streaming. It's on
Okay.
YouTube. I just don't know
Where else to put it? Yeah. Okay. She's gonna send me
I was part of the Reno Center, yeah.
So I'm meeting a date.
I would assume it's coming to Ottawa, getting stuck in situations with Alex or international dialogue is part of it.
Okay.
Up to like a couple. I think they like really right. No, fair enough. Yeah, they're the office at the same time. Yeah, that's amazing. I live over in Elmer.
Elmer. Oh, okay.
Apparently I'm a Quebecois.
You've been just absorbed into the community.
No. My adopted maternal grandmother, or no, grandfather is so like,
A couple degrees, yeah.
yeah, so I just heard like the family is like really Quebecois. But we've never been. We're sitting here.
It's funny because I was raised in Toronto and then I moved to Montreal and then I moved to Gatineau and now people don't really know. They're like, yeah, you're just Quebecois. I'm like, if anything, I'm Montrealese. But like, it's kind of a weird, but I'm still Anglophone, so I'm neither. What is the next question? One singular.
Are we all ready to go? And Albert Dumont, he said he's coming back up. He said he'd be there in 2 or 3 minutes. So you can just. And the live stream is working?
Born in Toronto.
Is the live stream on?
Should be, yeah.
And is it's going to show the Zoom as well, or? Yep. Amazing.
No, I'm filling in for Mike. So I am supposed to and then no, I'm supposed to chair the now. It'll be like my dinner.
And my mom's like, oh, I'll see you in probably like 5, 6 in the gap. So it's gonna,
Thank you all so much for bearing with us through all the last minute changes necessitated by the unexpected degree of repression exercised against the tribunal. Unexpected even for those of us who are well used to dealing with these things by now. We are just waiting for our beloved Elder Albert Dumont to join us online for our openings, for him to welcome us in a good way. And then I'll make some comments, and then we are going to hear from Professor Richard Falk and Professor Halal Albertu, if she wishes. Just Richard, maybe. About their experience with immigration authorities yesterday. And then we will begin our scheduled tribunal program of witnesses. It's Albert right here. Forgive me if I take. Albert? Yes? Hello. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. He needs the number. I'll tell it to you right now online as we speak. 938 7127 2940. Yes. Yes. And then the password? It's 566. Oh, if it's not asking for it, then go ahead. Enter passcode. Okay, now we need the passcode. Thank you all so much to our wonderful tech people at the Senate too, who are 566909.
I think it's okay. It just makes sense. Just
Yes.
you don't have a longer one.
I get hold on.
Yes, 908.
Illegally, I will put it after the people text their seat because it could
Yes.
have some.
I'll put some tape.
We see you. We see you, Albert.
Hey.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up. Finally, some good news to have Albert with us. Thank you so much for being with us, Elder Albert Dumont, poet, storyteller, speaker, Algonquin traditional teacher born in traditional Algonquin territory, Kitigan Zibi, and Ottawa's former English poet laureate. Albert, we are honored for you to have agreed to open us in a good way for this tribunal. Thank you.
I think I just want to say that I've had what it is to be a human being on my mind a lot lately. This morning at sunrise, I was outside with my tobacco, and I communicated to a spirit to all my relations about today, about what the work that you're doing, and my request that all would go well with my tobacco down, and I was so dedicated to this, ceremony. And to me, that's what a human being is supposed to do. What is expected from a human being whenever we know that there's a place, whether it's on Turtle Island, in our territory, or someplace on this planet where there's children being slaughtered, innocent people are being slaughtered, and the good spirit being of Manado expects us to take action. Whenever I think about what it is to be a human being, and before Europeans settled here, we always called ourselves the people, like the people of the Great River, the people of the island, the people of the Whitefish, and so on and so on and so on. We called ourselves the people, or the human beings. It was important to our people to identify as a being that had a heart capable of expressing love, a heart that you could fill with kindness. And it's so painful, spiritually and emotionally painful for me to see that a lot of people, people on this planet right now don't understand how what it means to have a human heart. They would sell out their souls for whatever reason, and I don't understand that. Whenever we think about elected officials who will sell out their souls to war-mongering Zionists who are in positions of great power throughout this world, throughout this planet. And it makes me think about what a human being is supposed to do. I remember my father saying that every now and then you've got to turn around and see what you've been up to in the last days or weeks or months, in the last year, and see what you've done that was honorable, and see what you've done that was dishonorable. And if some of your actions have been dishonorable, you go there to fix whatever pain or dishonorable deed has caused someone. That's what a human being does. That's what is expected by a human being. I think about my children and my grandchildren, and now I've got a great granddaughter. And I think about how me, as an old man, would feel if some military force, dropped a bomb, or snipers shot my grandson or my daughters. How would I feel about that? You know, we need to have the ability to go to Gaza and imagine in our mind's eye, to imagine what kind of agony would we go through to see our loved ones blown to smithereens. You know, for me it would be crushing. I wouldn't want to live. I would die emotionally. And I don't know if I'd live physically longer, but emotionally I would be dead for the rest of my life. And my prayers are every day, you know, when I can't sleep at night and I think of the Palestinians, And my request is, I pray, and my request is that those ones that will survive this genocide, that emotionally they will recover. And that they will be at peace, and somehow they'll be able to make a life for themselves after all this has happened to them. We need to understand to the degree of who stands against us, the human beings. Those people that claim to be human beings, but they've got no human emotions, though. I don't know what's gone wrong in their lives. You know, like Joe Biden, whose hands are so bloody, and Justin Trudeau, whose hands are so bloody, and they declare themselves to be Zionists. And they think, well, because that they're that what the bombs and the bullets and planes and whatever they've sent for the killing of children, they think that makes it all right and good. I hope that today that you will reflect, and we have to understand we need to go into a different gear. I'm not, as a peaceful people, we need to get more aggressive, because the force that we're up against, just like you had to move from one location to another. A 95-year-old man was detained on his birthday because he was going to be part of this gathering. It's viciousness. It's inhumane. It's something that I will never be able to process spiritually. It's heartbreaking. I want you to know that later today, I will go to, I call it a prayer circle in the forest behind my house. There's a forest behind my house, and I go there often. And I'm going to go there today before the day ends, and light my pipe and sit in meditation for the wellness of everyone that condemns the genocide. Palestine has a right to exist, and they have a right to defend themselves. And if the warmongers try, if Palestine doesn't exist anymore next year, one of the greatest atrocities in our lifetime will have occurred. I just look at you all, and I see human beings who care. I hope I just wish great success for today. And I'm so humbled that you've asked me to help out with expressing how I feel. I will be there tomorrow to speak some more, and I hope we'll see you then. Big much to all of you. Have a good day.
Miigwech, shukran, our beloved Elder Albert Dumont. Salams, everyone, greetings of peace and justice. I had prepared on behalf of the organizing committee some opening remarks to make for this tribunal, but all of those remarks have been superseded by what happened yesterday against the tribunal. Nothing that I could possibly say could testify more eloquently to the reason why this tribunal on Canadian complicity and responsibility for the genocide and dispossession of Palestinians is necessary. Yesterday, starting early in the morning, we had Palestinian speakers having their travel authorizations revoked right before they were about to board their planes. We learned of the university where this tribunal was supposed to be held, exercising intimidation and threats against those who they thought were organizing it. And we had our dear, dear professors, international legal luminaries, Richard Falk and Hilal Elver, kept in immigration questioning for 4 hours as a possible quote-unquote threat to national security. It's not simply the repression, it's the ostentatious cruelty of it. Never in my life did I think I would be making desperate phone calls saying, please help. Richard Falk is in immigration holding on his 95th birthday. They are trying to intimidate and deter us, but we will not be intimidated or deterred. In fact, we thank the Canadian authorities and institutions for providing us with the clearest evidence possible for making the point of this tribunal for us, for providing yet more boulders in the mountain of evidence against them. This is our people's tribunal, grounded in and centered in the perspectives of peoples who have so often been erased from being persons and peoples under an international order constructed according to colonial and racist principles. And so, let us begin. I would first like to invite Professor Richard Falk to come up and say some words about the experience yesterday. And as Richard is coming up, I will introduce our elders who will invite those of us who are here in person to join us on the front table. Khalid Abu Fadl, Omar and Esmeralda Alfi, Distinguished Professor of Law at the UCLA School of Law, Scholar of Islam, Islamic Law, and Human Rights. Please join us at the front panel on our panel of eminent elders. Kamari Clark, who is with us online, Distinguished Professor, Center for Criminology and Socio-Legal Studies, and the Center for Diaspora and Transnational Studies, University of Toronto. Kamari Clark. Sheila Day, with us in person, renowned Canadian feminist advocate, former president of the Canadian Human Rights Reporter, BC's first human rights officer, and director of the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission. Our elder Albert Dumont, who was with us earlier and who will be joining us in person tomorrow on our panel of eminent elders. Mireille Fanon Mendes France, jurist and anti-racism activist, president of the Franz Fanon Foundation, named after her beloved father, who, like her, is also so beloved to many of us, and former expert for the United Nations Working Group on People of African Descent. Ellen Gabriel, Kanien'kehá:ka human rights and environmental rights activist and artist of the Turtle Clan from Kanesatake, Kanien'kehá:ka territory. Atif Kaborsi, Emeritus Professor of Economics at McMaster University, former Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Dr. Kaborsi, who wanted to be with us in person, but due to all the stress we were all facing and we were all getting sick, he is with us online instead. Dr. Kaborsi. And joining us online later in the proceedings, inshallah, we will have Gayatri Spivak, University Professor, Columbia University, and Françoise Vergès, the eminent decolonial feminist, political theorist, curator, writer, and public educator. And I should note that I named the elders in alphabetical order by last name. We are so honored to have them with us. We called it the panel of eminent elders, but it is truly the panel of legends. We organized this very quickly given the urgency of the situation in Palestine, and we are so grateful that everyone agreed to participate. When we asked Marie Fanon to participate, and she said yes, and I responded, shukran, 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 thank you, thank you, thank you. And she said, no shukrans, it is our responsibility. In Arabic, the phrase is, no, la shukran ala wajib, no thank yous, it is our responsibility. But even still, I feel so grateful. My heart is overflowing with gratitude for all of the love in this room, for Palestinians, and for justice. And now I would ask Professor Richard Falk to come and start by sharing the experience yesterday, and then we will hear from our first panel of witnesses in the program. Professor Falk.
Good morning to all of you, and let me first thank the conveners of this event for bringing us together. And Hilal and I particularly thank Azizer for her gracious and extremely persuasive manner, which is something we all aspire to in our role of opposing what's happening in the Middle East, and particularly Gaza and the West Bank. Yesterday was quite an adventure for us. It was at first very flattering to be considered threats to national security. I'd never had that pleasure before, or that honor, I guess, before. Of course, the satisfaction wore off as the hours piled up and the interrogation seemed like a pointless endeavor. And in a way, I think the people's tribunals of this character are really trying to be a threat to national security if national security is measured by solidarity with genocide. It's time that we broke with that kind of understanding of so-called political realism and began to think of humanity as a species identity that deserves our protection and empathy and all that has happened in the course of these 2 years, and particularly in the course of the last 6 months, where the atmosphere has changed in a drastic way, and Israel may have succeeded in the military battlefield, but it's lost what I call the legitimacy war. Israel has emerged as a pariah state in the world, and that's an enormous development from the perspective of symbolic politics, which often is in the end what controls political outcomes. The US should have discovered this in the Vietnam War, where it absolutely controlled the military battlefield, yet lost the war. Now, that's a lesson the West has never been able to learn, because its private sector militarism is so strong. The Eisenhower warning in his farewell speech signaled the fact that the military-industrial complex, as he called it, was distorting the pursuit of genuine national interests and genuine national security. And if anything, the situation has become worsened over the period since he spoke more than half a century ago. Let me just say that this kind of harassment that we were subjected to yesterday, in the form of a polite but persistent interrogation and an unreasonable delay, where we were just sitting doing nothing at a desk for hours at a time. There was no real justification for that. And it suggests a fear of governments, particularly the US government, about those who want to tell the truth about what's happened in Gaza, and the punishment of the UN unpaid special rapporteur on Palestine, who was doing a heroic job of exposure, Francesca Albanese, is suggestive of the length to which the liberal democracies of the West are willing to go to hide the truth, to punish those that tell the truth. And we all know that Israel has not only punished but killed journalists who have reported from the ground in Gaza, and has excluded international journalists who might give the world a more realistic sense of what is really happening. And so truth-telling has become one of the things that the UN did well in the course of this terrible moral and political crisis. It also had a commission that delivered a very authoritative report, the Pillay Commission on Commission of Inquiry, which issued an 82-page report on the genocide that occurred. And it was perhaps the only other voice from the UN that was willing to call what was happening genocide. As far as I know, the Secretary General has never done that. And the UN is trapped between serving the geopolitical actors of the world, the permanent 5 veto powers in the Security Council, and serving the public good of humanity. And in Gaza, clearly the primacy of geopolitics prevailed and paralyzed the organization, partly due to 5 vetoes of ceasefire resolutions in the Security Council that were cast by the US. Let me just end these impromptu remarks by saying that I regard these kinds of civil society initiatives as part of a vibrant democracy, and the fact of their being subject to pressure and even punishment is something that should make us all worried about the future of these countries that purport to adhere to the rule of law and respect for the UN Charter and international law generally. So I wish everyone well and hope that we can have this kind of solidarity in pursuit of justice for the Palestinian people that has much too long been delayed, but can still emerge from continuing struggle on behalf of justice. Thank you.
From your lips to God's ears, from the threat to national security himself, Professor Richard Falk. We're running around an hour behind schedule due to the difficulties of moving to a new technological system. And so now we will begin with session one on the schedule posted on the website, beginning with testimonies from Gaza. Our witnesses in this session will be Ahed and Taha Beseso and Ghada Agil. Ahed and Taha online and Ghada in person. Ghada, I would ask that you please come to the podium. Ahed Beseso is a teenager who was medically evacuated from Gaza following the unanesthetized amputation of her leg. Taha Beseso is Ahed's father and caregiver. And Professor Ghada Agil is visiting professor at the University of Alberta, who has written about the killing of her family members in Gaza for The Guardian. Ghada? Or would you rather be? Whatever, whichever is more comfortable for you.
Would I do the first?
Ahed and Taha first, but there's the translation.
Yeah, fine.
So Ahed and Taha, please begin with your testimony. Okay.
أول إشي بدي أحكي مرحبا، بدي أشكركم إنكم اخترتوني عشان أكون بهذا المكان وأعطيتوني فرصة إني أحكي. أنا عاهد عمري 20.
Sorry, Ahed, I'm so sorry. But since we'll be providing the translation in Arabic, if you could maybe speak in small segments, and then Professor Agil will translate to the English, and then we'll return to your testimony in Arabic. If that's okay. So to just maybe speak a few sentences at a time, and then we'll do the translation.
Okay.
And then you can speak, and then you'll speak again. Thank you so much.
Okay, the first thing I had said that thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to address you. So thank you for all of you who made the time to attend this tribunal.
بدي أبدأ بغزة قبل الحرب. غزة قبل الحرب كنا نحس إنها صارت أحسن بكتير. فيها أماكن كتير حلوة وكل إشي ممكن يبسط أي إنسان. لأنه الشعب الغزاوي طبعه كتير بسيط وبحب البساطة.
First thing I would like to tell you about Gaza before war, it was one of the best places, and because the people of Gaza are ordinary, simple people who love to live.
قبل الحرب بفترة خلصت آخر فترة دراسية إلي ما قبل الجامعة. كنت دايما متحمسة للنتيجة وبفكر إيش رح أفوت تخصص بالجامعة. طلعت نتيجتي وقررت أفوت صيدلة ودخلت الجامعة وداومت فيها أسبوعين.
Before the war started, I finished my study and I was so enthusiastic about joining the university, so I got the marks and I started actually for a couple of weeks in the pharmacy college faculty.
بعد ما داومت أسبوعين كان المفروض ثاني يوم 7 أكتوبر أصحى أروح على دوام بشكل طبيعي، بس بيوم وليلة صحينا على صوت الصواريخ وصوت البيت بيهتز من قوة الصوت. كل العيلة كانت بتجري وما حدش فاهم إيش اللي بيصير.
I just attended the university for a couple of weeks, and in the morning of 7th of October, we woke up on the sound of missiles. The house has been shaking, and everyone was running for their life and did not know what was going on.
بعدين فتحنا على الأخبار وعرفنا إنه الحرب بدت على غزة. كانت حرب دامية ونفسية ومدمرة من أولها. بعد 10 أيام من الحرب شفنا خبر استشهاد خالته على الأخبار. كان خبر استشهادها هي وأولادها صدمة إلنا. كان معها 3 أطفال وكانت حامل. شفنا أشلاء خالته مقطعة على الأخبار وما كنا قادرين نتخيل ونتصور اللي صار.
So we watched the news, and the war, or the genocide, actually she said the war, has been bloody since the beginning. It has been destructive, and it has killed my aunt and all her children. We have seen them on TV. My aunt with her 3 children, and she was pregnant. We saw the fleshes being collected on the news.
بعد شهر ونص من استمرار الحرب تقريبا فجأة صحينا لقينا كل الدنيا حوالينا ضباب وريحة من الصواريخ. وقتها اكتشفنا إنه الاحتلال الإسرائيلي قصفوا آخر طابق من عمارتنا، وقررنا إنه ننسحب وقتها عند جيراننا.
So about 1 month and a half after the war, we woke up and found that it's a smoky and foggy surrounding all our area, and we have found out that the occupation has shelled the last floor in our building, so we decided to leave.
بعد ما كنا نازحين عند جيراننا نزحنا بعد كم يوم على مكان تاني. بعدين الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بدأ الهدنة. كانت الهدنة الأولية 4 أيام، وإحنا كان في أمل كبير جوانا إنه الحرب خلص حتخلص وراح يستمروا بتمديد الهدنة، فقررنا إنه نرجع على بيتنا.
So at that point of time, we have been displaced, and we found shelter in our neighbor's home. And then to another place. And then there has been the ceasefire, the first one that took or lasted for 4 days, and we had a big hope that the war would end, and we will be able to get back to our home.
بعد ما رجعنا ثاني يوم الصبح صحينا على صوت الدبابات وعلى صوت الجيش الإسرائيلي وهو محاصر منطقتنا، منطقة شمال غزة كلها. أول إشي عملوه لما قربوا من عند المبنى تبعنا إنهم دمروا مصدر المياه في بيتنا المكون من 6 طوابق، واللي بيسكنوا تقريبا 30 شخص أغلبهم أطفال.
Sorry, I think she said during the Hudna or the ceasefire they returned to their home. But when the ceasefire has been broken, they opened their eyes and they found that tanks have circled their place and the entire north part of Gaza. And the first thing that they have done, that they destroyed the source of water in their building, which consists of 6 stories, and is a shelter for many families, including 30 children.
بعد تقريبا ما يقارب 20 يوم من الحصار، طول 20 يوم كنت متعودة أطلع أكلم بابا على الطابق الخامس عشان أقدر ألقط اتصال، عشان أطمنه علينا إنه إحنا لسه عايشين. طبعا لا الدبابات ولا الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ولا أي قوة كانت تقدر تمنعني إني أطلع أطمن بابا علينا إنه إحنا لحتى الآن عايشين.
For about 20 days of siege, I had every single day to go up to the 5th floor in order to get a signal so that I talk to my dad and tell him that we are still alive. Neither the tanks nor the occupation forces would have prevented me to do so, to let him know that we are still alive.
طلعت أنا وأختي على الطابق الخامس وشفت الدبابة. فأنا قلت لأختي إنه تروح على مكان تاني عشان الدبابة لو شفتنا ما تقذفنا وتموتنا إحنا التنتين. ورحت عند شباك المطبخ عشان أنزل الستارة عشان الدبابة ما تشوفنا.
So one day I went to the 5th floor in order to do the call. I was together with my sister, so I told her to take a different place because I don't want us to be killed together. عفوا حكيتي إنه راحت جنب ستارة في المطبخ.
أنا رحت أنزل الستارة اللي عند شباك المطبخ عشان الدبابة ما تشوفني.
So she went to the window and she pulled the curtain on or the curtain of the window in the kitchen so that the tanks won't see them.
ما كنت بعرف إنه بهذا اليوم رح تتغير حالاتي كلياً بس لأني طلعت أكلم بابا.
I didn't know that this day would change my life entirely because of a simple task to go to speak to my father.
انقذفت بقذيفة دبابة إسرائيلية وصحيت على حالي وأنا مش قادرة أتكلم ولا أتحرك من الصدمة من كمية الحجارة اللي كانت على صدري.
So the tank has shelled me and I woke up and found that I can't move because of the amount of the stones and rubbles or debris that have covered my body. I didn't know that this day will change my life.
حيطان الدار كلها كانت واقعة عليا، الثلاجة كانت فوق رجليا، أختي صارت تصوت وتنادي مع الصدمة، حكيت لها أنا عايشة بس روحي نادي أي حد يساعدنا.
All the walls of the house collapsed, as well as the fridge where, part of the walls as the fridge were covering her body. Her sister started to cry from the shock, but she told her, I am still alive. Please go and seek help.
طلعت ماما وقعدت تقيم الردم والحجار عني وهي بتصوت وبتعيط. بعدين اجا ابن عمي رفع باقي الردم عني، عملني ونزلني، وهو بينزلني انا شايفة كل اهلي قاعدين بيصوتوا وبيطلعوا عليا يشوفوني اذا انا لسه عايشة ولا متت.
So my mom reached me first, and I was covered with debris and stones and started to shout and cry from the shock. Then my cousin reached and he carried me, went downstairs, and all my family have been crying and wanted to make sure that I am still alive. But it was a state of shock of everybody.
بعدين وابن عمي بينزلني على الدرج. شفت وقتها اني اغلب رجلي كانت رايحة. وقتها سألت ابن عمي هل رجلي كلها راحت وانقطعت؟ حكالي عهد ما تطلعي غمضي عينيكي.
While my cousin have been carrying me, I have felt that my entire leg is shattered. So I asked my cousin, what about my leg or foot? Is it still there? He said, close your eyes and don't think about it.
بعدين نزلني على بيتنا اللي في الطابق الثالث. ماما كانت قبلها بتعمل خبز على طاولة المطبخ. رفعوا الخبز وحطوني أنا على طاولة المطبخ.
My cousin have taken me to the 3rd floor where we live. My mother just a few minutes before that happened was making bread. So they put the bread aside and put my body on the kitchen table.
عمو جاب سطل مية وسائل جلي وبدأ يغسل لي رجلي من الردم، وأنا مش قادرة أستوعب اللي قاعد بيصير معي وليش كل هذا قاعد بيصير معي.
My uncle brought a bucket of water and some detergent for washing dishes, and he started to clean my feet or my legs. But I didn't know, I was in a shock what was going on.
بعدين عمو هاني طلع فيا وصار يعيط.
Then my uncle Hani looked at me and started to cry.
وأنا لما شفته بعيط حكيت له كمل يا عمو، أنا كنت بقرأ قرآن بس. بهذه اللحظة بوقت ما كان ما حد فارق له في العالم، أنا البنش كان أنا القرآن كان هو بنجي.
Looked him in the eyes and I told him, continue my uncle. I started to recite verses of Quran because there is no anesthesia. Quran for me was that anesthesia.
بعدين عمو مسك سكينة المطبخ وقطع لي رجلي.
Then my uncle held the knife in the kitchen and he cut my leg.
بعدين جاب خيط من اللي بنخيط فيه ملابسنا العادي وخيط لي الشرايين. كل هذا بدون بنج وحتى صراخ مش قادرة أصرخ لأنه الجيش الإسرائيلي كان موجود في الشارع.
Then he brought strings or threads and he's, that we sew at home, normal clothes, and he started to fix my wound. All of this while I am unable even to cry because I was afraid if I would cry, the Israeli army would hear me.
كنت سامعة ماما وهي بتحكي وبتعيط عهد استشهدت عهد استشهدت.
I was hearing my mom saying while she is crying that Ahad is a martyr or was martyred or was killed. So she was hearing her mother words.
بعدين الجيش الإسرائيلي بدأ بإطلاق النار علينا فقررنا ننزل على الطابق الأول اللي هو بيت عمو هاني.
Then the Israeli army started to shoot. So we decided to go for safety for the second floor for my uncle's home.
ضلينا طبعا بهذا الوقت محاصرين وعمو ما كان قادر ياخدني على المستشفى اللي كانت بتبعد عن بيتنا 5 دقايق.
And all of this time we've been under siege. We haven't even been able to locate me to the hospital, which is 5 minutes away from my home, or less than 5 minutes.
طبعا ضلتني 5 أيام محاصرة بالبيت وأنا بنزف بدون أي علاج بدون أي إشي.
I stayed 5 days under siege in the building, bleeding, without any painkiller, without any medication.
عمو هاني كان كل يوم لازم يغير لي مرتين على الإصابة من النزيف. طبعا ما كان في غيارات كافية في المنزل. كان الغيارات اللي يشيلهم عني يغسلهم عشان تاني يوم يحط لي إياهم.
My uncle Hani has been trying to change the wounds every 2 times a day, but because shortage of everything at that point of time, he has been taken the bandages that have been used and clean them and then use them again.
بعد رابع يوم من إصابتي وإحنا سامعين الجيش الإسرائيلي بفوت على البيوت اللي جنبنا. حكيت لعمو هاني لو الجيش الإسرائيلي فات علينا اطلعوا خلوني أنا في البيت.
Then in the 4th day after I got wounded, we started to hear that the Israeli army are breaking into the homes of our neighbors. So I told my uncle, if this was the case, please leave me and go.
عمو هاني حكالي لو الجيش الإسرائيلي ما انسحبوا ودخلوا علينا يا بيسيبونا نموت كلنا مع بعض يا بيخلونا نعيش مع بعض مش راح نسيبك ونروح.
My uncle Hani calmed me down and said if the Israeli army decided to break into the house, then we will decide either we live together or we'll die together. We will not leave you alone.
حكالي باليوم الرابع لو اليهود ما انسحبوا أنا حلبس بدلة العمليات وأحملك وأطلع قدام الدباب. يا بنموت سوا يا بخلونا أروح على المستشفى عشان أعالجك.
Then on the same day he told me if the siege was not ended, I'm gonna put the white coat and carry you and go break the siege so that I would have give you the chance to reach the hospital and get medication.
خامس يوم الدبابات انسحبوا وعمو هاني أخذني على المستشفى. بهذا اليوم عملت أول عملية تخدير بعد 5 عمليات من غير تخدير.
In the 5th day, they withdrew the IOF, and my uncle Hani took me to the hospital. And that day, that was the first time that a surgery has been done to me using anesthesia after 5 without.
بعد ما صحيت من تأثير البنج ما كنت مستوعبة وين أنا، ما كنتش مستوعبة اللي صار معي، وبس سامعة عمو هاني بيحكي معي.
When I woke up in the hospital, I didn't realize where I am or what happened, but I have been hearing that my Uncle Hani is talking with me.
ثاني يوم كان لازم أعمل عملية تغيير على الجرح، لأنه رجلي كانوا كلهم محروقين، ورجلي الشمال كانت كلها مكسرة، والبنج ما كان متوفر بالمستشفى، فما كان في خيار للدكاترة غير إنهم يعملوا لي عمليات الغيار بدون أي نوع تخدير.
In the second day in the hospital, the doctor wanted to change the wounds or to clean it, and because there is no anesthesia, so all these things have to be done while I feel it.
قعدت على هذا الوضع وكل يوم كنت أحس روحي بتطلع مني من الوجع، لأنه ببساطة يا بتحمل الوجع بدون تخدير يا بموت.
So I suffered and felt the unbearable, and I have two choices: either to bear this pain or to die.
حابة أحكي إشي قبل ما أكمل، وأنا قاعدة بحكي بس حابة أحكي لكم إنه تخيلوا اللي صار معي، صار مع حد من أولادكم، صار مع حد من أحفادكم. هل حتكون ردة فعلكم إن كنتوا ضلكم هيك ساكتين ومتجاهلين الوضع بهالطريقة؟
Just a question I want to raise: if this had happened to any of your children or your grandchildren, would the silence be the answer? Would the ignorance be the answer? What would you do?
بعد شهرين من العلاج بالمستشفى، أو الأصح شهرين من العذاب والصراع مع الحياة، وبعد 60 عملية وبس كنت مبرنجة في عمليتين منهم، انجبرنا نغادر المستشفى.
And after 2 months of being in hospital, a journey of suffering and struggle with life and death, in which 60 operations have been conducted to me without anesthesia, then the decision came that we need to evacuate the hospital.
جبرنا نغادر المستشفى لأنه الجيش الإسرائيلي هدد المستشفى بالقصف.
We were forced to leave the hospital because the army has threatened the hospital to be shelled or bombarded.
عمو هاني انجبر إنه يرجعني على بيتنا.
Uncle Hani was forced to return me back to our home.
حسيت حالي رجعت لنقطة الصفر، نفس المكان، نفس الأحداث، نفس الصوت. حسيت إنه صوت صراخي ومعاناتي كل حياتها موجود بالبيت.
I felt that I am back to square one, the same place, the same memories of what had happened, the same scenes.
عمو هاني ضل يحاول يتواصل مع مؤسسات عشان يحاول يطلعني وينقذني من الموت.
Uncle Hani kept calling organization to talk to them about my situation to evacuate me outside Gaza.
لحد ما مؤسسة تواصلت مع عمو هاني، ما تفكروا إنه معاناتي خلصت هنا.
Till one of the organization reached out for my Uncle Hani, but don't think that my suffering ended here.
دخلت بمرحلة الشك والتفكير، هل إسرائيل حتسمح لي إني أطلع أتعالج؟ هل حتسمح إنه حد يطلع يرافقني من أهلي؟
At that period of time, it is the thinking, suspicion whether Israel would allow me to be medically evacuated to receive, medication outside Gaza. Would they allow any of my family to accompany me?
بالأول الهلال الأحمر حط اسم ماما عشان تطلع معي. الاحتلال الإسرائيلي رفضها بدون أي سبب.
At the first, the Palestinian Red Crescent put my mother's name in order to accompany me, but the IOF rejected that.
بعدين حطيت اسم أختي وبرضه رجعوا رفضوها.
Then next, my sister's name was, sent, and again the same answer, rejection by the army.
بعدين الهلال الأحمر حكوا لنا إنه إسرائيل عطت اسم خالتك اللي استشهدت في الحرب تطلع معك مرافقة. خالته اللي حولتها إسرائيل لأجل إبعاش اليوم من الحرب.
Then the Red Crescent have told me that the army or Israel have listed my aunt who have been killed in the 10th day of the war and who have been turned into pieces to be the person who would accompany me.
بس طبعا إسرائيل لا تخلو من إعدام الإنسانية. كانوا كل يوم يحاولوا يقتلوني جسديا ونفسيا.
But every day Israel have been trying to kill me psychologically and physically. Or actually psychologically, she said, not physically.
حاولنا نحط اسم أختي كمان مرة وبهاك المرة وافقوا عليها.
At last, or finally, we have sent my sister's name to accompany me, and this time they have agreed.
إنه موافق على اسم أختي في المرة الثانية. هذا الإشي بيثبت إنه الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بس برفض الأسماء عشان يحرموني إني أطلع أتعالج عشان فرصتي في الموت تزيد.
I believe that rejection of my sister or my family names to accompany me, this is in order to increase the opportunity of me to die.
بعد كل إشي كان تجمع مستشفى الشفا وإحنا كلنا هناك مرضى ومعنا تصريح من الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وسيارات الإسعاف معها تصريح برضه بالموافقة إنه التجمع يكون مستشفى الشفا.
And then there has been an agreement that all the ambulances or the cars that would evacuate the wounded people, not Ahad, but also other people, the point is the Shifa hospital together with the ambulances and the permits that have been given to them.
إلا إنهم أول ما تجمعنا في المستشفى قصفوا قسم الولادة بهذا المستشفى.
And at that point of time when we gathered in the hospital to be evacuated, they shelled the maternity department or section at the hospital.
بعد ليلة كلها عذاب، ثاني يوم الصبح طلعنا في طريقنا على الجنوب وكل سيارة إسعاف كان فيها 6 أشخاص.
And after a night full of agony and suffering, next morning we started to move towards the south. Every ambulance have 6 people inside.
الطريق لجنوب غزة أخذ معنا 8 ساعات بدل ما ياخذ نص ساعة بالوقت الطبيعي.
The road or the way from north to the south have taken 8 hours, while in normal time it takes half an hour.
عندما وصلنا على الحاجز اللي بيفصل بين شمال غزة وجنوبها وإحنا معنا تصريح من الجيش الإسرائيلي اللي على الحاجز إنه إحنا راح نكون هناك متواجدين، إلا إنهم أول ما وصلنا صاروا يطخوا على سيارات الإسعاف.
When we arrived at the checkpoint that separates the north from the south of Gaza, and despite the fact they knew that we are coming and we have permits, they started to shoot at us, at the ambulances.
قالونا نستنى 3 ساعات على الحاجز، بعد ال3 ساعات خلونا نروح عندهم عشان يفتشوا سيارات الإسعاف.
After 3 hours of waiting at the checkpoint, they started to check the ambulances, so they have to evacuate them from inside the cars.
عندما اجى دور سيارة الإسعاف اللي أنا متواجدة فيها، الجندي الإسرائيلي كان بده ياني أنزل أوقف عشان يفتشني. بعد مناقشة حادة بين المسعف والجندي وما حكى له وضعي، دخلوا عندي طيارة عشان تفتشني.
دخلوا عندك عفوا إيه؟
طيارة صغيرة تبعت التفتيش.
Drone.
The drone.
They sent the drone inside and drone reception.
So when the time for the ambulance where Ahad is there came, the soldiers insisted that she leaves the car so that they search her. And after a whole discussion between the ambulance driver or the medics and the soldier, they got a drone inside the ambulance to check the place or check her.
بعد ما فتشونا اجا الدور على السيارة اللي ورانا وفجأة سمعنا صوت إطلاق نار.
After they searched our car and now the turn for the car next to us or behind us, we heard shooting.
سبب هذا إطلاق النار كان إنهم قتلوا كل اللي بالسيارة هذه بدون أدنى سبب.
The reason for the shooting, that they killed everyone in the ambulance behind us. Is it ambulance or car, Ahad?
Ambulance.
Ambulance. So
طبعا نزل الخبر على الأخبار وأهلي شافوا الخبر فكروا إنه أنا وأختي اللي استشهدنا.
So it became a news, it arrived the news channel, so her family thought that she and her sister have been killed in the ambulance, or they have been in the ambulance that have been shot.
وإحنا بنستنى إنه يخلصوا تفتيش باقي السيارات. جنود الاحتلال الإسرائيلي قعدوا يصوروا فينا ويضحكوا علينا وعلى وضعنا.
While we were waiting for the rest of the cars to be checked, the Israeli soldiers started to laugh at us.
بعد ما سمحوا لنا نتحرك وصلنا مدينة رفح وقعدنا بمستشفى مكونة بس من خيام.
After they allowed us to move, we reached Rafah, which is the south of Gaza, and we reached a hospital of tents, or you know, the temporary hospitals in Gaza.
بعد يومين طلعت على مصر، ضليت فيها 5 أيام بستنى بالفيزا الأمريكية تطلع لي عشان أطلع أكمل علاجي بأمريكا.
Then I reached Egypt, or after 2 days, I was allowed to travel to Egypt and waited for the visa to be issued so that I can travel for the United States for medical treatment.
قبل ما أكمل بدي أوصف أمريكا بجملة. أمريكا بتقتل القتيل وبتمشي بجنازته.
That's a bit difficult. She said, before I continue, I want to say one sentence about America. America kills a person and they walk in its funerals. So that means they are complicit. And I don't know if I made it right. Yeah. They kill a person and they walk earnestly in their funeral.
وصلت أمريكا ومن تاني يوم إجوا الدكاترة وشافوني وشافوا وضعي. حكولي عهد أنت حتفوتي غرفة العمليات بس عندك احتمال كبير إنك تطلعي من غير رجلك الثانية.
So when I arrived America, the doctors came and checked up and they told me that there is a chance that you will walk out without, or you will lose one of your legs, the left one. Both legs? You said both legs?
The second leg.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The second leg.
The second leg.
بعد 4 شهور قعدت بأمريكا. والحمد لله كان أمل بربنا كبير وقدرنا ننقذ رجلي الثانية.
So after 4 months staying in America, I had a great hope in Allah's mercy, and thank God they have been able to save my leg.
طبعا بأمريكا كان في كثير من الأشخاص اللي استغلني واستغل وضعي بكل الأشكال.
In America, there has been many people who used my situation in many forms and ways.
بعد ما خلصت فترة علاجي في أمريكا قررت أنا وأختي نيجي على بلجيكا لأنه ما في إلنا حد بأمريكا ولما طلعت من المستشفى ما كان في إلي مكان أقعد فيه.
After the medical treatment have ended, I decided my sister and I to go to Belgium because after I have been discharged from hospital, there has been no place for me to go to.
وصلنا بلجيكا وقدمنا فيها اللجوء.
We arrived Belgium and we sought asylum.
وأول فترة طبعا التأمين الصحي ما بيطلع بسرعة.
And as you know, the first few months, the health insurance was not enacted or issued for them.
أول ما وصلت بلجيكا مؤسسة الVCRF اللي طلعت معها رفضت تكمل علاجي بدون أي سبب، وهي من المفروض إنها متكفلة بكل علاجي كامل بدون أي سابق إنذار. أول ما وصلت بلجيكا ما كملت لي علاجي.
And when I arrived also Belgium, the association that evacuated me, PCRF, they rejected to continue giving me the medication without any reason and without any medical coverage, without any warning.
طبعا بهذا الوقت بابا انجبر يبيع المطعم اللي هو كان فاتحه، اللي كان حلم من أحلامه بهذه الأيام عشان يقدر يكمل لي علاجي.
So my father was forced to sell the restaurant, the business he had, you know, as his dream, in order to continue the medical treatment, my medical treatment.
طبعا كمل لي جزء بسيط من العلاج الأشياء الضرورية، بس لسه ضايل الطرف الصناعي الرياضي. التأمين الصحي طبعا ما بغطيه، وعمليات ليزر الحروق اللي في جسمي برضو التأمين الصحي ما بغطيها.
That money that we earned just covered a very small portion of what needed. So other laser surgery that needed for the burns I have endured, the medical insurance does not cover it, and other also, the prosthetics. So the money that they had did not cover but a small portion of what needed to be done for Ahad.
وأنا هنا قدامكم لسه ما كملت علاجي، بس بدي أحكي إشي إني بطلب من الحكومة الكندية إنه أقل تعويض ممكن يكون إلي إنهم يوفروا لي إني أقدر أكمل باقي علاجي، وهذا ولا إشي مقابل رجلي راحت بسبب أسلحتهم اللي بتدعم فيها إسرائيل، لأنهم سبب اللي أنا فيه زي إسرائيل بالضبط.
And here I am before you, and I want to request from the Canadian government a compensation and also to help in my treatment, because what I have ended with is because of a result of the weapons that Canada have supplied Israel, or the support that the Canadian government have provided for Israel.
وأنا لسه قدامكم بعد كل اللي مريت فيه، واقفة وعايشة وقوية ولسه بحلم.
And despite all what had happened, you've seen me. I am still here before you, alive, strong, and able to dream.
لسه قوية مش بس عشان أحكي مأساتي، بس عشان أحكي عن الأمل اللي ضل برغم كل إشي صار. اللي علمني إنه القوة مش بس بتكون بالجسد، بالروح، والدليل إني أنا واقفة قدامكم وقادرة أحكي إنه كندا هي سبب زي إسرائيل بالضبط باللي صار فيها.
I am strong, not because I am telling you the tragedy that I have endured, but because I am still able to speak about the hope. The strength is not the strength of the body or the physical strength, but rather the strength of the soul, and the evidence that I am here before you, able to speak and tell you that Canada, like Israel, complicit in what had happened to me.
يمكن يحرمونا أشياء كتير بأسلحتهم، بس ما حد بيقدر ياخد منا إيماننا، كرامتنا، وحلمنا بالحياة.
They might be able, with all the strength and the power they have and the arms, to take many things, but they won't be able to take our faith, our dignity, and our hope to live.
اسمحوا لي أقولها بصراحة إنه اللي أصعب من الحرب نفسها هو سكوتكم، وأنا نصحى على صوت القصف وما نلاقي حد يسمع صوتنا.
And allow me to say, frankly, that what frustrates us is your silence, to wake up on the shilling and the destruction and we don't hear anyone object to that.
إني أشوف مدينتي بتنحرق بنفس الوقت بشوف كل العالم يدعي الشفقة علينا من بعيد.
To see my city or town being burned while at the same time seeing the world showing sort of empathy towards us but doing little from far
إنه
away.
إحنا بغزة بتتقطع أطرافنا بتنهدم بيوتنا نفس الوقت اللي العالم بتحدث فيه عن الإنسانية من وراء الشاشات.
We were in Gaza where our limbs have been amputated, our homes have been destroyed while we hear the world speaking about humanity.
إحنا ما بنطلب شفقة من حد، ما بدنا دموع تنزل علينا وننتسى بعد شوي، بدنا حد ينظر لنا كبشر، يسمع وجعنا ويصدق ألمنا.
We don't want people to shed tears on us. We want people to hear us and to believe our pain and to treat us as humans and look to us as a human.
لأنه غزة مش بس رقعة على الخريطة، غزة هي أرواح ووجوه وأحلام زي أحلامكم أنتوا بالضبط.
Because Gaza is not a spot in the map. It's souls, it's people, it's dreams. The same like your dreams, the same like you.
أنا اليوم هنا مش بس ضحية، أنا هنا صوت أطفال غزة اللي العالم كله قرر يتجاهلهم، صوت نساء غزة اللي تعرضوا لكل أنواع العذاب، صوت الفلسطيني الشاب اللي انحرم من كل أنواع الحياة.
I am here not speaking to you as a victim. I am the voice of all Gaza children that the world have opted to ignore. I am the voice of all Gaza women whom the world opted to ignore. I am the voice of all Gaza and Palestine that the world opted to ignore.
أنا هنا شاهدة على الألم، وشاهدة على الصمت والسكوت اللي أنتوا فيه، وشاهدة على قوة الفلسطينيين اللي انولدت من الرماد. ورغم كل اللي صار احنا لسه بنآمن انه الامل اللي احنا فيه اقوى من اي ألم.
I am here as a witness to the pain, to the silence of the world, and at the same time a witness of the strength of the Palestinian, of Gazans who would arise from the ashes. This Gaza symbol is the phoenix, the bird that arises from the ashes. She relates to that. So I have hope. I think I haven't got the last thing you said. قلت عنا أمل إنه أحيا.
الأمل اللي إحنا فيه هو أقوى من أي ألم إحنا بنتعرض له.
Yeah. Then the hope that we have in our heart is stronger than any pain that we have, suffered.
بس بتمنى بيوم من الأيام إنه ما نكون إحنا الوحيدين اللي بندفع ثمن هذا الأمل.
But I hope that we won't be the people who would be paying a high cost for this hope and these dreams.
آخر إشي بدي أقدم نصيحة للعالم، لكل العالم بدون استثناء أي شخص.
And the last thing I would like to send advice for the world, all the world.
إذا أنتوا عديمين الإنسانية لهذه الدرجة وعديمين الضمير، بنصحكم إنكم تعملوا كتاب عن الإنسانية وأنتوا تتعلموه وتتعلموه لأولادكم بالمدارس.
If you have been shortage of humanity and shortage of conscience, then I advise you to write a book or make a book about humanity and teach it to your children, to the next generation, what humanity means.
شكرا.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ahed. Now, Ahed's father and caregiver, Taha, did you want to also say a few words?
مرحبا ومساء الخير وصباح الخير.
Hello, everyone.
طبعا بعد اللي حكته بنتي عاهد ما فيش كلام ممكن ينحكى عنها.
There is no words to say after what my daughter has already told you.
لكن بدي أحكي جزء بسيط عن معاناتي.
But I want to tell you a little bit of the suffering as a father.
بدأت حرب 7 أكتوبر وخفت كتير على عائلتي.
When the war erupted on October 7th, I was so afraid about my family.
لأني بعلم إنه هذه الحرب مش حتكون زي أي حرب.
Because I knew that this war wouldn't be like any war before, or that preceded it.
أول صدمة تلقيتها لما بنتي عاهد ذات 17 سنة كانت تحلم إنها تكون صيدلانية.
The first shock I had is about my daughter, Ahid, the 17 years old that has the dream to be a doctor in pharmacy or pharmacist.
ولم تدم فرحتها سوى أيام قليلة في الجامعة قبل أن ينهار حلمها وتحطم أمامها.
Her dream only lasted for a few days before everything has collapsed, her dream, because of the war.
شعرت بالمرارة والألم.
I have felt the bitterness and pain.
حتى جاء اليوم المشؤوم 19 ديسمبر.
Until that agony day has arrived, which is December 19.
تلقيت الخبر كالصاعقة، خبر هز كياني أصابني بصدمة.
Has shocked me. It was a great shock to the entire soul.
أصابني بصدمة وجلطة قلبية ودخلت في الغيبوبة لعدة أيام.
And I had a heart stroke in which I have been hospitalized for a few days after I heard the news.
وحتى اليوم لا أستطيع تقبل ما حدث.
And until this moment, I cannot comprehend what had happened.
فقدت الأمل بكل شيء حتى أحلامي أصبحت مصدر ألم.
I lost hope in everything, even my dreams had become sort of pain.
العالم كله يشارك في موتنا.
The entire world is participating in our death or demise.
الدول تطور أسلحتها وأبناؤنا يدفعون الثمن.
The state are developing their weapon and arms, and our children are paying the cost. The cost is our children.
وكندا جزء من هذا الألم.
And Canada is part of this pain.
ترسل صواريخها لتقطع ساق ابنتي.
They sent their rockets in order to cut my, sever my daughter's leg.
وتهدم منزلي وتقتل أكثر من 20 من عائلتي.
And to destroy my home and to kill over 20 of my family, my own family.
نحن نسل حقل تجارب لصواريخكم وطائراتكم.
We are not an experiment for your missiles or arms.
أين حقوق الإنسان الذي يكفلها القانون الدولي؟
Where are the human rights that international law is protecting?
ألم تشاهدوا أسلحتكم وهي تستخدم في إبادة أطفال ونساء غزة؟
ألم تشاهدوا أسلحتهم؟
ألم تشاهدوا
Yeah,
أسلحتكم؟
Yeah, didn't you see your arms or weapon are used to kill Gaza people?
أطفال ونساء غزة.
The children and the women of Gaza.
أنتم شركاء في الحرب.
You are participants in this war.
أنتم تمولون إسرائيل لقتلنا.
Because you found Israel in order to kill us.
وسأتوجه لكل محكم العالم.
And I will address all the world courts
حتى أنتصر لابنتي.
in order to take the right of my daughter
Justice.
or get it.
إذا أردتم إسكات صوتي فاقتلوني.
If you want to silence my voice, then kill me.
ومن الآن سأحلم من جديد.
And from now, I will dream from anew.
سأكمل طريقي حتى أرى ابنتي تسير على قدميها.
I will continue my path till I see my daughter walks on her legs and on her back.
وتتعافى من الألم فقدان ساقها.
And she recovers from the pain of losing her leg.
لكننا لن نغفر لكم أبدا تلك الألم.
But we would never forgive you who caused that pain,
التي سيبقى للأبد.
which would remain with us forever.
وفي النهاية أريد أن أقول لكم
At the end, I would like to say to you,
كيف تنظرون في وجوه أطفالكم وأطفالنا تقطع؟
how do you look in the faces and eyes of your children while our children are being, shelled or amputated or wounded?
كيف تجلسون على موائد الطعام وأطفالنا تموت جوعا؟
How do you sit around the table while our children are dying from hunger?
لا نريد دموعكم بل نريد عدلكم.
We don't want your tears, but we want justice, your justice.
شكرا.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Taha. I didn't mention when I first introduced them, but Ahad and Taha are the family of the student member of our organizing committee, Omar Baseso, who is a student organizer at UBC. In rejection of the representation of the genocide in Gaza as something that is happening far away, distant from us, we know that it is actually as close as the bullets that are flowing from our shores and as close as the ties of blood that bind us in our hearts. So thank you again, Ahad and Taha. Now, Professor Ganda Agil. Whichever you prefer.
Try to read without glasses, so I'll see. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you very much for each and every one of you who made the time to come, for the organizing committee, for all the towers of knowledge, for all the distinguished professors and guests and elders here. I am really honored and humbled to be here in this tribunal. In December 2023, amid the genocide, my colleague Abir Barakat, a professor in English at the now destroyed University College of Applied Sciences, posted a message on Facebook responding to a neighbor's plea for painkiller. She wrote, and I quote, "In Gaza, we have no such thing called painkiller. In Gaza, we have only pain and only killers." In reality, the pain that Abir and Ahad and Taha Baseso and the 2 million Palestinians who have endured over the past 2 years transcend any human capacity to comprehend, let alone testify to. I am utterly at loss where to begin my testimony or whom to begin with. For me, the 2 million Palestinians confined in Gaza concentration camp are my family. I find myself in a similar position to the doctors of Shifa Hospital during one of the many massacres committed by the Israeli occupation forces, IOF, in the Second Intifada, forced to prioritize lives. At that time, I was working as an interpreter for Western media when Beit Hanun was attacked and the wounded flooded the hospital. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of casualties, doctors had to decide who could be saved first. With only their eyes and eyebrows, senior doctors instructed their juniors whom to begin with. The entire scene soon became incomprehensible, and this was 2004, 2003. I stopped interpreting. Alongside nurses and people, I held the hands of those lying on the corridors of the hospital, recited verses of Quran for those who had no family besides them. I closed the eyes of the martyrs and moved to the next, soon to become a number. Some doctors could not hold their tears, the youngest ones, and I wanted to scream from the oppression, from the al-qahr. That experience had left a scar on my soul that would never heal. In Gaza, we have only pain and we have only killers. For 730 days, my family, neighbors, and friends have sent me photos and clips, slices of their suffering, images of bodies wrapped in shrouds, including my family members, of destroyed homes, including mine, of burned schools, including the schools I studied in and the school I taught at, destroyed universities, including mine, a neighborhood reduced to rubble. And from the genocide, or from Gaza killing fields, they also narrated their own reality. And because in times of genocide, no voice rang louder than the indigenous people, than the people who endured the genocide, and no more testimony that carries weight more than Gazans. Today, I'll share some of those testimonies. And on this, I want to say, while I held or hold many titles, today I would like to set them all aside and speak to you purely, simply, and profoundly as Gazan and Palestinian. And I'll begin with my brother's testimony, a doctor at Nasser Hospital, after an airstrike hit the tent camp in Al-Mawasi, so-called safe zone that turned by the IOF into a hell zone. He wrote me, Ghada, we survived this time, but we don't know what tomorrow holds. It's like living in a chicken coop, waiting to be slaughtered. Every night they come and pick 300, 400, 500 to slaughter. Our time or turn is yet to come. Or my colleague, Dr. Abir Barakat, that I just quoted, mourning the killing of her brother Tariq and his wife Ala and his 2 children, Dania 7 and Yahya 4, burned alive in the tent of Zawaida after becoming or being displaced from Gaza. She wrote, and I quote, their bodies lie together, inseparable. One piece, one shroud, one grave, 2 little angels burned to death. Or my friend Manal, who lost her grandson, but she said, Ghada, alhamdulillah, thank God, we buried him. I cannot stop thinking of mothers whose children remain trapped under the rubble, whose cries they can hear but cannot reach. Gaza have become the graveyard of children. Or my sister, Lubna, a doctor in pharmacy, who witnessed death in all its forms as she walked to and from the clinic each day, telling me she had become mentally prepared for any kind of death. But perhaps the harshest, she said, is to die from al-qahr, from oppression. When the editor of the paper asked me to ask her what does she mean by al-qahr, Rubna wrote me back saying, and I quote, Al-Qahr is that unbearable feeling that you have when you witness the genocide hour after hour. You know that your and your family turn is coming and you are unable to stop it. It is the unbearable feeling you have hearing the cries of the wounded dying in agony, seeing children without limbs and knowing you cannot help them. It is the unbearable feeling you have knowing the world has been watching genocide for 9 months and have done nothing to stop it. I think very much speaks about this level of frustration that I have been talking about. Lubna's words, we're actually reading Lubna's word. Muhammad Hani wrote me, Ghada, Auntie, if Al-Qahr could be captured in a single scene, it would be Suad and her 7 daughters, all doctors, sitting helplessly beside their wounded father bedside. And he wrote, you can endure hunger, survive thirst, even death strikes only once, but nothing compares to the pain watching your loved one fade before your eyes, knowing what must be done and being denied the means to do it. In Gaza, we have only pain and only killer. Suad, who is the daughter of my mother's cousin and a deputy principal at UNRWA school, embodies how Palestinians live and name genocide through their own epistemology. They call it al-ibada al-jama'iyya, al-ibada of al-bashar wal-shajar wal-hajar, the annihilation of people, trees, stones alike, the destruction of life and all that sustains it. In October 2023, Suad and her husband lost their son, eldest son Mahmoud, when the IOF struck the barber shop, killing everyone inside, human stone obliterated. Their home was later destroyed, forcing all the family to flee to Al-Mawasi concentration camp. Bombs followed again, and so they fled. A month later, as Suad's husband and her 2 remaining sons, Ahmed Al-Hilo, a journalist, and Muhammad, tended to the trees outside their new place, a missile hit them. The 2 young men, the trees, and the home itself were annihilated. This is al-ibada. This is the erasure of life and of the very condition that makes life possible. I wish to state for the record that in October 2023, long before international legal institutions acknowledged that the possibility of genocide, and before respected legal scholars described it as a textbook case, Palestinians themselves had already recognized it and named it, not from a distance, but from within the killing fields of Gaza. Palestinians knew. They have always known. They have long experienced genocidal violence, not as a legal term, not as an abstraction, but as a daily devastating lived reality rooted not in a single event of October 7th, but in a century-long ongoing history of settler colonial violence. In my testimony to the Electronic Intifada, titled In the Blink of an Eye, I sought to convey to the world one manifestation of al-ibada, the genocide, that started to emerge, the family side. As we finalized the article on October 12th, I had counted more than 44 families who were erased. Later that month, while editing my testimony to The Guardian, by then more than 9,000 Palestinians have been killed, including 100 members of my own family and my husband's family. And drawing on their testimony, I concluded, and I quote, "This is targeting the very existence of the Palestinian. To me, this is genocide. This genocide was the first in history of humanity to be broadcasted on live streams on TV. I would never forget my son Aziz, aged 15, or actually at that point of time 16, saying, 'Mom, this is my Aunt Majdiya. Mom, this is my cousin Suzanne. Mom, those are my cousins. We have been killed.' And his aunt has been, holding them. So far, I have lost hundreds of my family, have been killed in homes, burnt in tents, by snipers, killed while collecting wood, by searching for food or collecting water. With each loss we endured, I am haunted by my children question, Ma, who will be left if we visit Gaza? What will be left? Who will be there? What will be there? Due to the constraints or time constraints, I'll confine my testimony to just one of the many massacres my family have endured, a fraction of the horror that has been unleashed on Gaza. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am a third-generation Palestinian refugee who was born, raised, and lived most of my life in Khan Yunis refugee camp. My family, however, originated from a village called Beit Daras, a village that no more exists in the world map. Israel have destroyed it together with over 500 villages during the course of 1948 Nakba, the catastrophe that destroyed the Palestinian society and rendered 80% of its people refugees. My grandparents Muhammad and Khadija, Ammar, and my parents Abdulaziz and Alia are older than the state of Israel. Forced to leave Beit Daras, my family ended in Khan Yunis camp. They lived amid misery and deprivation, witnessing war after war, attack after attack. Today, 77 years after the destruction of Palestine and Beit Daras, I stand as a daughter of Nakba survivor and a scholasticide survivor, bearing witness to the destruction of my home, my Gaza. Durratullah fil kawn, as Sulaiman said, the center of the universe, the center of the humanity, or as Dr. Bar would say, the heart beating of resilience and resistance. In October, I learned that my cousin Hiba, a bright young woman, an honorary teacher who followed the direction of the IOF and moved south, was killed with her children Mus'ab, aged 1, and Minnam, aged 3, together with approximately 9 neighbors in Khan Yunis camp. On October 20th, I received a call informing me that the apartment tower in Zahra town where I live in the south of Gaza were bombed. I asked which one. They told me all of them. I passed the phone to my daughter or my son and wept. Have you ever experienced an entire neighborhood disappear in an instant? Town vanish in a moment? We did. Gazan did. The airstrike obliterated 24 residential buildings that night, home to tens of thousands of people, all ended in streets. They headed south. Some made it, some not. All I held dear now lies under the rubble. All gone, like my grandparents, I am left with nothing but pain and killer. It felt like a bomb was dropped into the very substance of my memories. In my book, Apartheid in Palestine, my great-grandfather who refused, my great-grandfather who refused to visit his village, my grandmother asked him, would you like or would you visit Beit Daras now that Israel allowing refugees to do so? He said, no, I would prefer to die rather than walking on the ruins of my home. He said, and I quote, my home is my flesh, my sweat, my blood, and my bone. It's me, the broken human being you see now. How do you expect to walk in your body? Today, if he was alive, I would tell him worse than walking on the rubble of one's own home is not being allowed to walk on it. On October 24th, the house of my husband's sister was shelled, killing over 30 family members, 3 generations, women, children, doctors, students, infants. We were devastating. My children were weeping, unable to comprehend that they won't be able to see their cousins again. And on October 26th, while we still mourning, an entire residential quarter of my camp, Khan Yunis, was shelled and turned into rubble, ending the life of 60 people, among them 39 members of my own family, and leaving about 100 injured. Tons of explosives, 8 bombs were dropped on the block, one after another, in a matter of a minute, destroying over 50 homes. My family spoke of an earthquake. We lost my great uncle Naif, 79 years old, a retired honorary teacher, and his wife Fathiya, together with their 7 children, 3 daughters, 4 sons, their daughter-in-law, their grandchildren, and their guests who sought shelter at that home, a total of 30 people, actually 40 people, because 18 has been in the other house. The moment I step, I have to tell you about my family. We are not numbers. Palestinians are not numbers. The moment I step in the camp, my uncle Naif and his family are the first to come to welcome me, bringing sweets. Then in the next day, while going to the mosque or coming back from the market, Uncle Naif, and often with his brother Nawaf, would knock on the door by using his stick, saying, "Hey, Ahlallah, hello, Ghada, good morning," and either brings me something I like from the market or something they cooked. Today, both of them are gone, taken in this ibadah. Uncle Nawaf have not been in the house when it was shelled, but when the camp has been ordered to evacuate, while running, he stepped in a piece of metal that caused infection. For a diabetic person, it's fatal. He has died. So when they tell you the report that the casualties is between 70,000 and 250,000 have been killed in this genocide, believe them. Because after this, when I called, I said, "How is Osama Fatma Khamis?" They said, "She's gone." "How is Raja?" "She's gone." "How is Raed?" And I stopped asking. One of my Uncle Naif's daughters, Aisha, she's a person who radiates happiness. Anyone in the camp have any depression or sadness has to go to Aisha. She's gone. Her sister Dawlat, visiting from United Arab Emirates, was also killed, leaving behind 2 children who never got to say goodbye. The youngest, Umayma, and her daughter Malak, just took shelter also, following the orders of the IOF, which become and sought shelter to their family, only to be killed there. So the house become the grave. So Gaza become the grave of mothers and children. In that attack, the home also of my grand aunt Said was bombed. It took my family 2 days to find her body and her daughter's Najat bodies. The adjacent 3 homes of her 2 sons, Marwan and Asad, and her daughter Mona, were all destroyed. And I have to tell you about Mona. She's the best one to play drum in the camp. At every wedding, she would play the drum all the night, and everyone would say, "Sallim Edeki, Mona, Sallim Edeki, Fadi," called by her eldest son. Today, Mona is not with us. She has been murdered together with her 2 sons, Amjad and Muhammad. My aunt's daughter-in-law, Suhaila, a UN teacher, and her 4 children were killed. She was the wife of Assad. So was the wife of Assad, also a UN teacher, along with her children, including Abdurrahman, who was a 4th-year medical student, who earned 96.7% in his high school diploma and received the U.S. Reach Foundation, the U.S. Educational Fund scholarship for his talent. The video of him being pulled from under the rubble, burned from head to toe, was sent to me while I was preparing this testimony. It should shock the conscience of every human being. In Gaza, we have only pain and we have only killers. And I must tell you about his father, Assad, whose body we could not find simply because it's vanished. For 25 days, my family and neighbors dug with their bare hands and a primitive tool to rescue the bodies. But Assad's body was never found. It had evaporated. Assad ran a small shop, which was known, and he was known throughout the camp as a gentle soul who sold goods for little money. He kept a thick ledger of the names of camp people who owed him payment, but often have wrote them off. In response to Gallant's order of a complete siege on Gaza, cutting electricity, fuel, and food, Assad offered his solar unit to help people charge their phones for free. The world wonder how did Gaza survive in the blockade, the longest in human history, the illegitimate, immoral blockade. And this genocide, I say because of people like Assad, because of Naif, because of Nawab, because of Halima, because of Asim. We teach life world, to use Rafif Ziyada's words. In Gaza and in Palestine, Palestinians woke up each morning to teach life world. In October 26 massacre, we lost probably 20 children, or 22. I stopped counting because the list of the names is so long and so painful. Among them was our Julia, my nephew's daughter, who was just 2 years and a half. Following the direction of the IOF, the family hid south, my sister and her son and the entire family, and they sought shelter in my home in Khan Yunis camp. When the bombardment began, Rawan held Julia, Rawan is the mom of Julia, in her arms. The force of the explosion killed Julia in her mother's arm. I had first wrote to the Guardian that she died from a shrapnel. But last summer I learned it wasn't a shrapnel, it was overpressure, this internal bleeding caused by the intense air surge. When tons of explosives are dropped in a small neighborhood, for Julia, the pressure was fatal. Her tiny frame was crushed from within, her ribs collapsed and her lungs burst. The pressure had nowhere to go but there through her ears, nose and mouth. In Gaza, we have only pain and only killer. A ceasefire for Israel means we cease to exist while they continue to fire. I like to conclude with a poem by Khalid Jum'a, a poet from Gaza titled Children of Gaza, that my daughter Ghaida asked me to read in Julia's memory, as well as in the memory of our children, Maryam and Maram and Dana and Akram and Shahad and Beirut and Muhammad and Ahmed and Ismail and Naif and Maria and Haneen and Ghadir and Aya and Hind and Lama and Wash, all the children who have been killed on October 26, as well as the 20,000 children who have been massacred in this genocide. In 2023, Ghaida, my daughter, traveled to volunteer in Gaza. I lived for a year in my sister's home, where my nephew and his family also lived. Every morning, Julia was her alarm. She didn't need one. Julia would wake her up with a hug. Ghaida often laughed that she loved the hugs of Julia, but not being woken up so early, especially on weekends. Julia would play with her purse, sometimes smearing her lipstick or spilling her water bottle, always leaving a trail of mischief and love. She used to call her my naughty baby, holding her tight in the arm. She was devastated. We are all devastated with the killing of Julia. So the poem reads, "O rascal children of Gaza, who constantly disturbed me with your screams under my window, you who filled every morning with your noise and chaos. You broke my vase and stole the lonely flower from my balcony. Come back, scream as you want, break all the vases, steal all the flowers. Come back, just come back." Thank you very much.
Thank you to our witnesses, Dr. Gada, Gil, Ahed, and Taha Biseso. Our next session of witnesses was to be chaired by former UN Special Rapporteur on Palestine, Michael Link, who, due to medical emergency, cannot be with us today. But we are so honored that Dr. Leila Ben-Hajwija has agreed to chair this session. Phenomenal scholar activist, and also one of the organizers without whom this tribunal could not be happening right now. So thank you, Leila. I invite you to come and introduce our next session of witnesses.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much, Aziza, for introducing me. I'm very honored to be here with you. So I'm going to introduce our panelists and testimonies. I will begin with Dr. Hani Bseisu, Palestinian doctor in Gaza. And I apologize, it's very short bios, but we are running in time. So, Hilal Elver, research professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara, former UN Special Reporter on the rights of the food, on the right to food. Ibrahim Abu Saqr, student evacuated from Gaza. Mazen Qumsiya, Palestinian scientist and author, founder and director of the Palestine Museum of Natural History and the Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability at Bethlehem University. Suleiman Baraka, Palestinian scientist from Gaza, former researcher at NASA. Nadra Shalhoub Kifourkian, Palestinian feminist scholar, chair in global law, Queen Mary University of London and visiting professor, Princeton University. And Thomas Becker, he's legal and policy director and the senior clinical supervisor at the University Network for Human Rights. So Dr. Qumsiya? Okay. So we'll start with Dr. Qumsiya. You have 7 to 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing this, and it's amazing, you know, it's hard to speak after the witnesses we have heard. My testimony is very briefly. I'm Mazen Qumsiya, professor, founder of the Palestine Institute for Biodiversity and Sustainability at Bethlehem University. I have a long-term experience in environmental issues, over 40 years, so I want to focus on one issue that's usually ignored in discussing these atrocities of colonialism. That issue is ecocide, or destruction of the environment. Let me begin by stating that the environmental costs of the colonial occupation and conflict on the land and people of Palestine started nearly 100 years ago with projects like draining the wetlands of the Hula and diversion of waters of the Jordan River Basin. The river used to flow at 1,350 million cubic meters per year, now barely a stream of 20 million cubic meters per year, uprooting millions of local trees, diverse forests of domestic and wild trees, while planting only pine trees that destroy local biodiversity. The damage also included squeezing remaining indigenous Palestinians into concentration areas, quote unquote, and refugee camps, increasingly surrounded by environmentally damaging walls and military infrastructure. The previous damage also included bringing in dozens of invasive plant and animal species and planting, all sorts of foreign plants. With regards to the Gaza Strip, you heard about the genocide, obviously, and what's happening in the Gaza Strip. But there's been a significant destruction of the environment since 7 October 2023. This includes the following: climate change impact due to incessant bombing campaigns that produced more greenhouse gases than most average countries produced from all other sources of greenhouse gas emissions. Israeli occupation forces intentionally destroying most trees and most greenhouses in the Gaza Strip. We did remote sensing to identify these things and published research papers on these things. The IOF also destroyed habitats for most of the species on Gaza, in the rare species and endangered animal and plant species. The IOF also extensively used environmentally destructive weapons such as white phosphorus and munitions containing radioactive material. The IOF destroyed essentially all institutions of higher education and research in the Gaza Strip, destroying possibility of work to remediation or producing any remedies for what the problems that coexist now. And I have destroyed most hospitals. This is a form of destruction of healthcare that, of course, environmental health, spreading disease, and so on. Lack of sanitation produces disease. And increasingly, this is a major cause of death in Gaza is the illnesses. And the denial of fuel and relentless bombing, decimated infrastructure like desalination plants and sewage treatment facilities, resulting in cataclysmic conditions, not just for humans, but for fauna and flora of the Gaza Strip. I have submitted this testimony with references and citations to the panel. So I will stop here, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Khamsia. I think we do have a short video recording to watch now.
It's a sound recording. Can I play it through the mic?
Okay.
And then this is the pre-recorded audio testimony of Dr. Hani Bisseso, who is the doctor who performed the amputation that you heard about earlier. He's currently still working in Gaza, and so this is his report of the situation. He'll be testifying in Arabic, and then Dr. Suleiman Baraka will be providing the translation. So first we'll listen to the recording, and then Dr. Suleiman will translate into English.
أعمل في مستشفى الشفا من 1997. أنهيت دراستي في كلية الطب 1997 طبيب عام، في 2000 أخصائي. بعتبر نفسي أنا وعائلتي يعني من الناس اللي كانت عندنا كل مقومات الحياة إنه نعيش حياة سعيدة راضيين بما قسم الله لنا، على مستوى عائلتي الصغيرة اللي زوجتي وأولادي، وعائلتي الكبيرة اللي هي إخواني وبلدي. لحديت بس إجا يوم 7 أكتوبر إني مش قادر أحدد مشاعري فيه. هل لأنه كانت المشاعر متضاربة تماما، فيها مشاعر فرح إنه ممكن نكون إحنا رايحين لطريق يعني تحرير فلسطين، بس مكانتي كطبيب وعلى دراية بشيء ما ومتوقع إيش اللي ممكن يصير فيما بعد. لأنه حدث 7 أكتوبر كان يوم تضاربت فيه المشاعر بالرضا والفرحة والخوف من القادم. طبعا كان هذا يوم سبت، توجهت زي أي طبيب موجود على مستشفى الشفا اللي بشتغل فيها أنا، وبلشنا نعمل. يعني كنا في عمل دؤوب 24/24، لأنه كان حجم الإصابات إصابات كثيرة واللي بتيجينا من جوا ومن برا، إنه كان في إصابات كثيرة، فكنا 24 ساعة نشتغل. أنا متزوج من سيدة فاضلة تحمل الجنسية المولدوفية، هي وأولادي كلهم يحملوا الجنسية المولدوفية. طبعا بعد 7 أكتوبر السفارة بلشت تدعو للإخلاء، إنه إحنا في منطقة حرب فلازم ننادي للبلد. طبعا كلمة واحدة كان الرفض، لأنه أنا من مفهومي الطبيب اللي بيبادر في وقت الحرب اللي بلده ولا شعبه بحاجته يعني ما بلاقي له مبرر، بديش أحكي كلمات غير. فأنا كان كلامي واضح إنه أنا مش هغادر، وأعطيت الفرصة من كلامنا كل واحد من أولادي ياخذ قراره بنفسه. اللي بده يغادر يغادر، بس أنا مش مغادر. في الأغلبية كانت يعني يقول زوج أولادي باستثناء واحد أولادي كان خايف، قال أنا بدي أطلع. الباقي قال لا إحنا باقيين معك لحد يوم 9/11. ما كان يوم مصيري بالنسبة لي لما الدبابات وصلت عين راس الشارع. أخذت القرار وقلت لهم خلص واجب المغادرة بالنسبة لكم وأنا حبلة. أنا بالنسبة لي لن أغادر، وأجبرتهم على المغادرة وتسهلوا الله يسهل عليهم. هذا كان يوم خميس، رحت على مستشفى الشفاء، فحاصرنا في مستشفى الشفاء الحصار الأول، وكنت على رأس عملي لحديت ما طلعنا الجيش الإسرائيلي من المستشفى، ورحت في مكان لمدة 4-5 أيام اللي هو بيت ترسيل، وبعدين رجعت على بيتي. طبعا إحنا كلنا كعائلة رجعنا على البيت. يعني أنا أفتخر إنه أنا أنتمي لهذه العائلة، لأنه إحنا عندنا طقوسنا، بنحب نفرح حتى في وقت اللي هي الفرحة صعبة فيه. يعني يوم 18/12 اللي هو اليوم قبل إصابة عائد إصابتها كانت في 19/12، كان في عندنا بنت أخويا اللي فيما بعد زوجها استشهد، بنتها عيد ميلادها. في 18/12 كنا عاملين عيد ميلاد للبنت الصغيرة هذه، طبعا من دون أي مظاهر كبيرة، من دون ضوضاء. انبسطنا، وفي فيديو اللي أنا وعايد وإحنا بنرقص. 19/12 يوم مصير، أعتقد مش لعايد وبس، أعتقد إنه كمان إلي كان بسيسو الطبيب والعم، لأنه يوم غير عادي. يعني أنا متعود أنا وعايد إنه هي تطلع تكلم أبوها اللي موجود في بلجيكا، وأنا أكلم أولادي اللي موجودين في مولدافيا. في اليوم أنا ما بعرف، عايد أخذت قرار وطلعت لحالها. أنا كنت عايش على الطابق الأول، طبعا إحنا محاصرين من الجيش الإسرائيلي، الدبابات عندنا على الباب. سمعت ضربة قصفة في البيت عندي. تأكدت إنه طبعا هذا في بيتنا. اوتوماتيك فتحت الباب وطلعت، في الشباب طلعوا أسرع مني. هي كانت رايحة تكلم أبوها على الطابق السادس. قبل ما أنا وصلت الطابق الرابع، يمها نازلة بتصوت بتقول عايد استشهدت. في اللحظة هذه أنا لازم أتمالك في نفسي كطبيب رقم 1 2 كرب أسرة، لأنه أنا أكبر إخواني بعد وفاة أبوي الله يرحمه. ابن أخوي حامل عايد ونازل على الدرج، قلت له افتح الباب. إحنا كنا جنب الباب تبع بيتهم، كانت امها بتخبز وتروح تدفع الخبز، حطوا لي عايد على الطاوله اللي كان في عليها الخبز والعجين اللي امها بتجهز لهم عشان ياكلوا. هي طبعا مشاعر انا مش يعني بحبش ارجع لها، بس نظرة عايد وبتطلع لي يعني انا ما بقدرش انساها وهي بتقول لي ما تقطعش رجلي يا عمو. وانا هلقيتها مش قادر اخذ قرار. يعني انا هذه البنت لازم اعمل لها عمليه بتل لرجلها. طب أنا كيف بدي أعمل عملية البتل هذا وأنا ما عنديش لا أدوات، لا عندي مشرط، ما عنديش مقص أربط فيه الشريان، ما عنديش. لقيت كان لازم آخذ القرار، يا أما أسيب عايد موت، وهذا كان الأقرب للحقيقة والواقع، أو إني أحاول أو كذا، ولو كانت الإمكانية هذه 1% 1 في ال1000. أخذت القرار إنه أنا لازم أنقذها بما أستطيع، وإذا لها عمر أعطيشه. جبت صيد، قلت لهم جيبوا لي سطل، جيبوا لي فرشاة، جيبوا لي سكينة، جيبوا لي خيط اللي هو تبع العادي هذا أي ست بيتخيط فيها القماش تبع البيت. وبلشت أنظف الجرح، وربطت الشريان بالخيط العادي هذا، وعملت الغيار ونزلتها عندي في البيت، لأن الطابق الأول إحنا عندنا أكتر أمانة. طبعا محدش بيصدق إنه أنا كطبيب أعطيت حالي فرصة وقلت ماكسيموم على الإمكانيات البسيطة اللي موجودة عندي، عايد ممكن تتحمل الإشي هذا ماكسيموم 4 أيام، مع إنه عايد اتحملت وأنا بغسلها رجلها، عايد اتحملت الألم هذا كله. بس أنا قلت مهما كان البني آدم عنده قوة وربنا أنزل عليه طاقة إنه يتحمل، لا أكثر من 4 أيام، لهذه الدرجة إنه كان يراودني في الليل لو عايد استشهدت وين بدي أدفنها، وش دبابات موجودة عندي على الباب. أنا قلت ال4 أيام هدول يا أما الجيش يكون انسحب، يا أما أنا هحمل عايد وألبس المريول تبعي واطلع للدبابة، لأنه أنا ربطت مصيري فيها. يا حقول لهم يا تقتلوني أنا وياها يا بدنا نعالج البيت. وفي كمان موقف عاهل حكته لي لما كان في لحظات في قصف وفي إشي تطلع فيه ويقول لي يا عمو لو انتوا يعني اضطريتوا تطلعوا من البيت، احنا المفروض ممكن نقصف يعني في اي لحظه، بتسيبوني بنشوف يعني مصيرك واحد، يعني نعيش مع بعضينا يعني نموت مع بعضينا. الحمد لله اليوم الرابع صحينا لقينا اليهود الجيش بلش ينسحب. توجهت مباشرة أنا وابن أخويا لمستشفى الشفا اللي أنا بشتغل فيها. لقينا مستشفى الشفا مدمرة ما بنقدر نعمل فيها عمليات جراحية. طلبت من مدير المستشفى سيارة إسعاف، أخذت سيارة إسعاف ورحت على مستشفى أصدقاء المريض وعملنا العملية العهد. وقعدنا أنا وياها مستشفى الشفا مع إمها لمدة شهر، لأنه إحنا كانت 23/12 23/1 اضطرينا نرجع المستشفى أصدقاء المريض، لأنه أصدقاء المريض صارت برضه في إمكانية طبعا دخول الجيش الإسرائيلي كمان مرة ومنطقة خطر، فاضطرينا إنه إحنا نطلع. طبعا اللي صار مع عاهد هذا، أنا برغم كل اللي صار برضه بقول عاهد كمصابة ممكن تكون هي مش سعيدة الحظ إنها تصير انصابت، بس هي سعيدة الحظ إنها أخذت أكثر رعاية طبية ممكن ياخدها أي شريف في فلسطين في الوقت اللي إحنا فيه. مع إنه اللي تقدم لها بالمعايير الآدمية هذا ما بيتقدم، بس وجود عمها في اللحظة اللي هي اتصابت فيها هذه ميزة. وجودي أنا يعني لما رحنا على أصدقاء المريض قلت لهم أنا حضر لي عمليات لكل المرضى من دون استثناء، بس تعمل عملية عهد وأنا حكون عقد لأي مريض. حضر لي أعمل عمليات بس عهد لازم تعيش. طبعا أنا واحد مش تبع إعلام، ما بحبش الصور، يمكن إخواني كلهم بيعرفوا إنه أنا بحبش الشو، بس ما بعرف إيش ربنا ألهمني إني قلت لابنة جوز بنت أخويا اللي استشهد فيما بعد، قلت له فيه يصور، لأنه أنا وأنا بعمل العملية لعايد اعتقدت إنه هذا إشي
Testimony of Dr. Hani Zuhair Bsesu. Peace be upon you. My name is Hani Zuhair Bsesu. I am 54 years old, married, and a father of 4 children. Though they are now grown, 2 of my sons are expected to graduate from the medical school next year. I have been working at Shifa since 1997. The same year I completed my medical degree. 2000, I became a specialist. I consider myself and my family among those who God has blessed with essentials of dignified life. We live gratitude, contentment with God has given us, both within my small family, my wife and children, and my larger family, my brothers and other beloved homeland citizens. October 7, a day that it changed everything. The 7th of October was a day of emotions I couldn't fully comprehend. As a Palestinian, a faint hope flickered within me that perhaps we are taking the first step toward liberation. Yet as a physician, I feel deeply what was to come, knowing the scale of suffering that awaited us. Joy and dread, pride and fear all mixed within me. It was Saturday. Like every other doctor, I went straight to Al-Shifa hospital to do whatever we could. Injured people were arriving endlessly from inside Gaza and from outside districts. I worked without pause, 24 hours a day, facing injuries, scenes beyond description. I'm married to a kind woman from Moldova, and my children have Moldovan nationality. After October 7, many embassies began urging their citizens to evacuate Gaza. Had become a war zone, leaving Leaving was considered necessary for safety, but for me it was not a simple decision. A doctor and a human being in wartime, I refuse to leave Gaza. Deep inside, I believe that a doctor must not abandon his country while it bleeds. How can I leave when my people need a healing from my hand? I told my children that each of you are free to decide for yourself to go out. Anyone who wished to leave could go, but I would remain. My wife and most of my children chose to stay with me, except for one son who out of fear decided to leave. I respected their choice, though I remained firm in mine. November 9th, tanks reached the top of our street. I realized that my family's safety was in danger. I gathered them and said, "You must go. It's your duty to survive. My duty is to stay." I forced them to leave, wishing them God's protection, and then returned to Al-Shifa Hospital, where first stage had begun. We work continuously under bombardment. Day and night become indistinguishable. Despite exhaustion, something inside me refused to break. When the army temporarily withdrew, I took a refuge for a few days in my grandfather's house before returning home. My family and I tried to keep sense of normal life, to find joy, even when joy seems to be impossible. December 18, we celebrated my young niece's birthday. It was a small, quiet gathering, a moment of breathing amid the smoke and rubble. We sang, we laughed, and we danced with Ahid, my brother's daughter. Her laughter still echoes in my memory. I didn't know that the next day would change our lives forever. December 19th, we were surrounded by tanks. I was on the first floor, and Ahid, as usual, went up to the 6th floor to speak with her father in Belgium. Suddenly, a powerful explosive shocked the building. I felt immediately that our house had been hit. I rushed outside and I saw Ahid mothers screaming, "Ahid is dead, Ahid is murdered." I froze for a moment, then forced myself to act as a doctor as needed to stay calm. As my family elder, I needed to be strong. My nephew was carrying Ahid in his arm. I asked him to lay her on a kitchen table, still covered with bread, and the mother had been taken moments earlier. Ahid looked at me with her wide eyes and whispered, "Uncle, please don't cut my leg. Don't cut off my leg." That moment it broke my heart. She was bleeding heavily, and I had no surgical tools, no scalpel, no scissors, no sutures, only a house under siege, a doctor fighting for the impossible. I gathered what I could: a bucket of water, a brush, a kitchen knife, a spool of ordinary sewing thread. I cleaned the wound and tied off the artery with the thread. Then I carried her down to the first floor, which was slightly safer. I knew she might not survive more than 4 days. Each hour felt like a lifetime, torn between fear, and she would die, and the terror of not being able to bury her with tanks at the door. I told myself, if she lives, I will carry her in my arms to the soldiers and say, either kill us all or leave us to treat the kid. I had words. During the bombardment, Ahid looked at me and said, "Uncle, if you have to leave the house, don't leave me behind. Our fate is one. We live together or we die together." Her words burst my heart and gave me strength at the same time. On the 4th day, we heard that the army was retreating. I immediately carried her to Al-Shifa Hospital, but the hospital had been destroyed. I requested an ambulance and took her to the Friends of Patients Hospital in Gaza, where we performed the first surgery. Ahad, her mom, and I stayed there for a full month, from December 23rd to January 23rd, but even there, dangers followed us. When hospital itself became a target, we had to evacuate again. Through it all, Ahad's courage amazed me. She might not have been fortunate to avoid injury, but she was blessed to survive. I believe my presence at that moment was not a coincidence, it was a destiny. When Ahad's condition stabilized, I told the staff, treat Ahad first, and I will work for every wounded person without exceptions. And I did. I worked day and night. And if every patient carried a piece of my homeland in their wound. I am not a man of media or publicity, but sometimes something in me said that moment must be documented. I asked Fahmi, my niece's husband, who was later killed, to film the operation. He did. At first, I had no intentions of sharing it. But when I realized I had needed a medical evacuation, I realized the video to make her story known. By God's grace, her case was accepted. She was transferred from the treatment in the United States and later continued her recovery in Belgium. Starting a new chapter of life, today Ahad is a symbol of life amid destruction. Ahad's story is only one among thousands in Gaza. Every day, I treat more than 200 patients. At least 150 of them needs the care that I had received. Medical supplies are nearly exhausted, and less than 5% of Gaza medical staff remain. Many doctors have left, some out of fear, and others because they hold foreign passports. In my view, a doctor is like a soldier. He does not abandon the battlefield. My name has appeared several times in evacuation list. The last time was October 22nd, and I have always refused. I said, I will leave Gaza only when the war ends. Yes, I miss my family deeply, but my homeland needs me more than ever. I pray that this war will truly end, that Gaza might regain its life and dignity. I pray for the healing of the wounded and mercy for the murderers. And I pray that world will understand the Palestinian people ask only for the right to live, nothing more. We are patient, generous, resilient people. We find joy even in pain, and we even beneath the rubble, we find joy. The people of Palestine have shown the world that the humanity is not measured by words, but by deeds. Thank you.
Bravo. And thank you to Dr. Hani Bseisu for this testimony. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Nadira Shalhoub Kevorkian. She's online. Please, doctor.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair jami'an. I'm really honored to speak after Ahad and after Dr. Hani and after their family, because their voice and her voice, Ahad's voice, especially her statement, عشان فرصتي بالموت تزيد. So my chances for dying are increasing the way the Israelis left a 17-year-old. This is where I want to start. But I want to say that this is a very low moment in our history. When displaced Gazans living in tents are being flooded with rain this morning, when families are receiving the hundreds of unnamed dead bodies of their loved ones, needing to identify them from the shape of their skull, their teeth, their tortured bones, when body bags, body parts, and wounded children's flesh live in Gaza, Ashla, like Ahad told us, are evidence that violence is part and parcel of the political work of unchilding, where even the dead flesh are not safe from violence. And when experts are telling us that Palestinian organs were harvested by professionals in the colonial state to be used by the settlers, this is a very low moment in the world history where the brutality of the ongoing genocide reveals a colonial technology, a constant overkill that operates through the systematic evisceration of the colonized sociopolitical body, subjecting Gazans to continuous and routinized maiming and death, where corpses, wounded, amputated, and fragmented bodies, mass graves, orphanhood, destroyed homes and schools in Gaza are turned into political and economic capital by the genocidaires proposing and or profiting from the large-scale demographic and reconstruction project, or what Trump and his allies call it, the Gaza Riviera. For Palestinians, life itself becomes capital in Gaza, in the West Bank and occupied East Jerusalem where I live, extracted, weaponized, and circulated as both power and commodity. In this ongoing genocidal regime, the destruction of life and infrastructure is not collateral, and I stress is not collateral but constitutive to the settler state. The overkill of Palestinians became a currency of colonial power that is tested, displayed, and sold to produce further capital for the settler state and its global enablers. And that's exactly what Ahd was telling us. But today, I want to talk about the over million Palestinian children in Gaza facing such overkill. When about over 20,000 children killed, 2,200 entire families have been wiped out from the civil registries, 4,000 embryos were destroyed, 300 increases in miscarriages, over 11,000 missing under the rubble, 92% of housing units destroyed, 1.4 million Palestinians with no shelters. And when we say childhood, we imagine safety, we imagine play, learning, and promises of a future. In Gaza, that idea has been systematically dismantled. The process of unchilding, the ontological and sociological legally authorized racialized eviction of children, exactly like I told us now, from the realm of childhood itself, from protection, from family, into precarity, living daily wounding and death, is hard at work during the ongoing genocide. So the first trend of thinking about genocidal unchilding is the deliberate bodily destruction of childhood. Since October 2023, UNICEF and other human rights organizations have reported that more than 50 to 60,000 children in Gaza have been killed or injured. That means on average 30 children every day. An entire classroom of children disappear. At least 14,000 have been confirmed dead by early 2025. Thousands more are amputees. 10 of thousands live with permanent trauma, malnutrition, and displacement. Nearly 90% of Gazans' homes, as I said, and schools have been damaged or destroyed. 17,000 unaccompanied or separated children, according to UNICEF data, and 39,000 children reported by the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics to have lost one or both parents by April 2025. So the loaded and brutal evidence of body bags that we're seeing lately, the body parts, the wounded Palestinians, including children, the flesh and life in Gaza, are evidence that violence is part and parcel of the political work of unchilding and genocidal unchilding. Even the dead flesh is at risk. Education has become a memory of normality rather than a daily practice. As recently as November 2025, Defense for Children International just reported that Palestinian boys aged 13 to 17 are missing amid siege and starvation. Their families have searched hospital, morgues, and aid sites. There has been no trace. Gaza has become a geography of loss and death and overkill of children. And don't forget that Palestinian children, dead bodies, are held in Israeli freezers, another mode of unchilding. Another point that I want to stage in my in my witnessing is the way they engage the structural and political economic dimension of unchilding. Just look at the latest report by Francesca Albanese, UN rapporteur, and her amazing analysis that emphasizes how settler colonial logic treat Palestinian children not as future citizens, but as disposable capital or obstacles to settler futurity. In this frame, children are deployed and sacrificed to the production of land, security, and settlement imperatives. Under the siege, starvation, and denial, policies documented by Amnesty, such as the recording of at least 110 children's deaths from malnutrition by 17th of August 2025, and more than 2,800 children diagnosed with severe acute malnutrition in 1 month, according to Amnesty International. The figure of the child becomes a site of engineered decline, a mode of negative futurity. The health condition of children from the untreated type diabetes, newborn, born underweight and malnourished, scabies and rampant skin disease, respiratory and cardiac problems in overcrowded shelters become mechanisms of destruction of the child's future capacity and life chances. This is not simply neglect, it's a calculated erosion of the child's horizon. This is what I call colonial engineering of unchilding. We are not number, as we heard. And reports, data, children's voices are all there. But genocidal unchilding captures how the settler colonial project constitutes childhood itself as an ontological non-being. Palestinians are ontologically non-being, and definitely children are not children. And it weaponizes children's bodies and health in the service of erasing Palestinian futurity. These figures reveal a systematic pattern not merely of collateral harm, but of childhood as a target. As I say, the ontological being of child is stripped through death, detention, torture, deprivation, rendering the child not simply harmed, but unchilded. Amid this devastation, Gazan children talks back, and we've heard it powerfully with Anne's voice. They talk back, they gather of body remains, they live in life, a life vocabulary born from the rubble, as she concluded. One of its central words, and we've heard it a couple of times while I was talking, is ashla, dismembered body part. Ashla are the pieces of loved ones' bodies found over, among, and beneath bombarded areas. Children with their parents and relatives collect these fragments, collect these ashla, gather shattered body parts to preserve a sense of humanity, to enliven what death attempts to erase. They search for ashla, a source of fear and grief, yet also a mode of defiance against dismemberment and loss. It's a form of life within an ongoing death and ongoing overkill. The unchilded in Gaza defied turning Palestinian body and land into ashla, into dismembered body parts. They interrupted their unchilding with their lamlami, the act of gathering bodies and social parts. Through the lamlami, through the gathering, children collect not only physical remains, but also the ruins of place of memory and self. A child searching for his dead father's t-shirt to maintain his connectivity to him, to himself, and to life and futurity. This gathering, this refusal to abandon what has been broken, is both mourning and resistance. It's an insistence on continuity, a defiance of colonizers' logic of fragmentation. So the lamlami transforms the politics of despair into the politics of reconstruction by picking up fragments of toys, notebooks, or the hands of siblings. Children assert that wholeness once existed and may exist again. Their acts become an ethical language, as Francesca Albanese notes in her recent report, in the economy of occupation gains materially from destruction, the extraction of value from dismembered and dismemberment of body, land, and futures, children's Lemlemi exposes that economy by reasserting the wholeness of life itself. Maryam, a 10-year-old from Rafah, Maryam lost her home, her father, and her leg in an airstrike when humanitarian workers gave her crayons. She did not draw flowers or house. She drew fragments, a hand, an eye, a door, the broken sky. When asked why, she said, and I quote, "I draw so they will not disappear." Her art is an act of Lemlemi, while Mahmoud, a 6-year-old, drew a grave for his evaporated family that he could not even find their ashla, their traces. Gazan children teaches us that the body, even when ruined, continues to speak. The dead and the wounded flesh reveal the politics of wounding and of unliving, but also the unrelenting presence and the interruption of unchilding. Through Maryam and Mahmoud, we come to understand, we come to understand the politics of unchilding apparent in the acts of the Israeli state and songs of its members that insist Gaza is a graveyard, there is no school, no children in Gaza, a song that I hear from the window of my house in the old city of Jerusalem, young children singing it. The killing of a children's body, the systematic denial of their rights to be children, the confiscation of their body parts and organs, play, education, safety, and belonging, the transformation of childhood into a site of endurance. Yet within that endurance, children and Palestinian children articulate, exactly like we've heard today, Ahad, they articulate a language of resistance that precedes speech itself. Gazan children's silence, their eyes, their acts of collecting and witnessing, the fact that they managed to take their exams amidst a genocide, unveil a world order organized around an economy of evisceration, erasure, and death. For 77 years since the Nakba, this economy has profited from Palestinians unchilding and graveyarding the Palestine future. But children's acts of Lemlemi exposed the genocidal system of overkill, their gathering of bodies and ruins, of toys and memories, of livability, becomes a counter-narrative to colonization. It speaks against the sociogenic entanglement of power that binds body, land, and death. Through the Ashla and the Lemlemi, children insist on a kind of wholeness that the violence cannot fully destroy. They recreate community in the smallest gesture, lifting debris, preserving names, recording memories, drawing fragments. Their defiance exists in the persistence of care. But when law fails, when humanitarian aid is obstructed, when political institutions and political powers avert their gaze, Gazan children continue to testify through these acts. They speak without words. Their language is the quiet restoration of humanity amid ruins. They ask not for pity, but for recognition. بالضبط, like Ahad said, they act not for pity, and they are not, but for recognition that they are and have always been children and human. So to speak of unchilding Gaza is to confront the collapse of the moral order in the global system that claims to protect children. Yet within that collapse, there is also profound knowledge. From the shattered flesh, from the dispersed and dead, children teach us about the politics of wounding, about the fragility of life, and about the persistency of dignity. Their acts of Lemlemi are lessons in political imagination and in political mobilization, in how to live and how to insist on the right to live even within death. Our responsibility, and I end, is to listen, is to act, is to ensure that no child anywhere is forced to live a constant genocidal unchilding and learn the language of Ashla again.
Thank you so much, Professor Shalhu, for this very, very powerful presentation. And you're totally right, we have so much to learn from Palestinian children. Now I would like to invite Professor Hilal Elber.
Thank you very much for organizers to invite us to this really powerful tribunal. We just came 2-3 weeks ago, our own Gaza tribunal from Istanbul, and the most important testimonies again was from the doctors, and they were so powerful. Jury of the conscious members were started to cry. That was very difficult to listen to them. So same very emotional witnesses right now we heard. And then right, Nadire Kevorkian told us, our responsibility is just repeating them. Just keep repeating them, keep telling more and more what was happening. They will never be forgotten. As you remember, we will never forget. That was one of the earlier victims of the genocide. We will never forget. But somehow I think they forgot not the genocide, just they don't forget what happened to them. So that's why we are seeing again unfortunate situation. So because it's time very short, we heard a lot of important testimonies. What I'm trying to be, because I was former UN Special Rapporteur on right to food, so we looked at from the perspective of how food was weaponized to kill or used as a weapon of war. This doesn't mean that Israel didn't have a weapon, but the starvation and famine was a very, very effective weapon, because this weapon is not only killed people, they slowly killed them, and then they destroyed their future generation. Like again, Nadira said, it was very important what happened to children and what happened to young women, that they have reproductive capacity. They try to attack them. They try to really destroy through the starvation. And like Mazen Kupsia was saying, not only starvation and famine, and also this destruct the entire environment, that Gaza should not be livable anymore. That was the whole thing. Very well planned, never been a kind of part of the war. The war was this. As one Palestinian author, I just forgot right now his name, he was saying that this war is about demography. It is not anything, demography and land. So whole idea is how are we gonna reduce as much as possible the people that live in there. This is also not only Gaza, West Bank, which is happening right now. We don't really see, because Gaza is right now a very big time wounded atrocity. So if we look at how they sort of planned this starvation, they sort of categorize. How do we start from the day first, which is October 9? This is the beginning of starvation. What they did, as you know, the Gaza was already under siege. We know this since 2007, but now they managed to total siege of Gaza, and this took the first stages October to December 2023. The first stage, what they did, total siege, no water, no gas, no anything. And the policy was very planned, and first 21 days there was nothing, and the Palestinians were trying to survive what they have already, and the world was in shock. What is happening? No one was saying anything and just waiting for it's going to end. But at that time, at the end of the December, it was clear that Gaza very fast and very comprehensively went into the famine situation. If you look at the entire 21st century starvation, there was no as fast as starvation was happening like Gaza. Fast and completely comprehensive. There's no way you can escape from one region like is happening right now, Sudan. You can escape to another region to get out of starvation. There's no way for that. So that made the Gaza starvation is very fast, and December there was already famine condition. 90% of the people in Gaza were under a severe food insecurity, and 330,000 people were already in famine condition. Famine condition means, according to United Nations, you die from the food deprivation, acute malnutrition, and they have principles or rules that how did it happen. So that started very, very early. And in order to do that, they decided first to destroy the destruction of the local food production capacity. They attacked the bakeries, they attacked the flour mills, they attacked the agricultural lands, they attacked the fishing fleets. And all the bakeries were completely destroyed. Not completely. They started from north, gradually come to the south. That was also planned. And they destroyed the first 3 months 22% of the farmland, which is very fast. And then 80% of the Gaza fishing sector destroyed. That was important thing for the Gazan, because even there's a siege, they could have fishing. No way. And then systematically attack the meat and dairy producing livestock. This have been killed or prematurely slaughtered, that children cannot get any kind of nutritious food. Very, very well planned. What we see, everything is perfectly designed, perfectly executed, unfortunately. So that's why end of December there was a famine, but because of the geopolitical situation, United Nations was not able to declare the first 3 months. Then they came this second stage. So they started to operationalizing the starvation. Again, I said from the north to the south, but in this period, international judicial responses happened. International Court of Justice started first provisional orders in January. So what happened, they went even further, let alone listening the International Court of Justice, because the International Court of Justice told them that you should allow the humanitarian intervention, you should stop the malnutrition. No, they went even much further, and together with the mass displacement. Mass displacement is important because when people go from one place to another, which is most of the families almost 10 times move from one place to another, they were not able to locate food and water. That also very deliberately done. But this section, this stage, they started, okay, now we're gonna start attacking the humanitarian situation. The humanitarian collapse in the second stage. We all have to know there was a flour massacre. They attacked to the trucks that bringing the flour. 700 people were wounded, 120 people were killed. It was just the Palestinians. But then they went further. Okay, they said, you know what, we're here to stop in European and international human rights organization or humanitarian organization to come. So they attacked the World Central Kitchen. That first time listen, the first time the world awake, oh, what is going on in Gaza? Even they attacked to our European NGOs. That cry, they started the first cry. Then we come to the stage of 3, escalation, systemic obstruction within the aid, and legal accountability. This is April 24 to February 25th. They started continuing again attacking humanitarian aid, and then Israeli civil society, they organized, they stopped the trucks even before getting into the Gaza. That was another issue. And the ongoing situation made the International Criminal Court first warrants the formalizing the war crime of starvation. So we had the International Court of Justice, then we came after a few months, International Criminal Court, no avail. Then what they did, they attacked the UNRWA. UNRWA was always after subject to attack, but this time they completely made UNRWA kind of terrorist organization. Because of that, many of the European countries, they block to give money to UNRWA. For instance, Canada is one of them. So that was a very, very important, because UNRWA was the really backbone of the what is happening in the humanitarian situation in Gaza. So there was no water system was broken, as our earlier speakers talk about it, and the infectious diseases start. So starvation and the destruction of the infrastructure started again killing people in first, or giving them a kind of very difficult time. So then the 4th stage, total blockade. That was the last one, which started after the ceasefire broken from March 1 to end of July. More than 11 weeks, there was nothing coming into Gaza. There was no infrastructure inside, and there was no coming from outside. Then the famine became completely entire Gaza Strip, not only north, especially in this central this time. First they attacked north, they sort of obliterated north, and they come to the center, they attack the Gaza Strip, because there are all international humanitarian organizations, and UN was there. They stopped being there, they blocked Gertard organization, many of the organizations had to go. So what happened, there was some kind of international outbreak. So they said, oh, okay, we are doing our own Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That was absolutely death trap. The United States and Israel decided this foundation, and they put them, instead of 400 distribution places, there was only 4 distribution places, and it's a very dangerous part of the Gaza, and people were coming, walking hours and hours, staying on the line, and they were killed instead of getting the food. Almost more than 2,500 people were killed because of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And some countries said, okay, we're gonna do it right now, air-based food help. That was more than disaster. Again, the Canadian government said, oh, we're gonna help. We're gonna send the food from the aid, extremely costly, extremely dysfunctional, nothing than the PR in the world. They stopped right away. So finally, even started in, as I said, December 23, August 25, finally United Nations organization, IPC, which is 10 different organization cluster, WHO, FAO, all kind of UN organizations dealing with human security and the health. Okay, there is the famine. So very late, too late. So what happened, they did August 20 to 25, nothing happened because Israel ignored, and they said, no, there is no famine in Gaza, and they made a kind of huge report from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel that famine was a lie. So then finally strange, fragile new ceasefire started in October. So we think that many of the world is thinking right now, famine is fine, no genocide anymore, no, nothing changed. Still, they can't get any kind of humanitarian aid. For instance, in the agreement, they say 600 trucks will come to Gaza every day. Only 100 or 120, sometimes 170 trucks, because Israel is controlling and they don't want to give anything about the children food. Very interesting. Therapeutic food, because of acute malnutrition, children should be treated not just the food, but very medical way. They don't allow that kind of medication. And what they did, they basically got the 53% of the Gaza under the IDF rule, and 47% is Gaza right now under the Hamas rule. We don't know what we call Hamas, but there's a 47% of under. And they put the yellow line, but yellow line is invisible line. If you enter close to yellow line without knowing, you are killed. So more than 250 people since October 22. Today maybe even more, because this was a early November figures. And Israel was keep killing people because they are in between yellow line and yellow block. They put the yellow block even 25 miles further. They are trying to extend their jurisdiction to get further land grab. So unfortunately, there is no significant ease, just there is no bomb completely, other than this starvation, famine, medical aid very limited, and they lost more than half of the Gaza Strip, which was absolutely very crowded place. Let me stop here. Thank you very much for listening me after a very long morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Elber. I would like to invite Ibrahim Abu Sakr. Ibrahim. Yeah, of course. Okay, so maybe we could, waiting for Ibrahim, I would like to give the floor to Thomas Baker online. Thomas, you're with us? Yes, please, go ahead.
Wonderful, you can all hear me, correct?
Yes, we do.
Great. So first, thank you so much for the invitation to this really important tribunal. So thank you to the elders, volunteers, and speakers. But in particular, I wanted to thank folks from Gaza who shared their stories. I can't emphasize how important it is to hear from you, hear your voices. I'm going to try to keep my statement relatively short, because I think if anybody who can speak to the genocide and what's taking place there, it certainly is you all. And I want to emphasize that, on the one hand, it's been indescribable and almost paralyzing to watch the atrocities happen over and over and over in Gaza, in Greater Palestine in general. But I can't tell you how inspired I am by those of you who shared, all the Palestinians who have shown so much resilience and bravery and kindness in the face of this genocide. It's, for those of us who have been working in solidarity from afar, it certainly gives us hope and the oxygen that I think we need to keep this struggle up. So sincerely thank you for sharing your stories and for the amazing struggle you guys have been part of. So I'm here to talk a little bit about torture, in part because I just returned from Geneva. Actually, I unfortunately couldn't be with you in person because I was flying overnight, returning from Geneva at the UN, where we presented a report and participated in a session at the UN Committee Against Torture on torture in Israel, particularly in detention facilities. So I'll talk a little bit today about what we shared to the committee, as well as Israel's response, and also share a little bit about my personal experience. So I was in the flotilla to Gaza. We were captured last month and transported to Kitsiat prison, where we also were tortured. I don't want to talk too much about my situation or our situation because, frankly, what happened to us doesn't even compare. It's not in the same stratosphere as what's happened to Palestinians. But I do think it's important to highlight a few things from it. One, in part because we were preparing this report on torture in prisons in Israel, and then ended up in the prison, and getting to see it from the inside was a unique experience. But I also kind of want to talk a little bit about it, just to emphasize that, look, with all the privilege I have as an American, as a professor, as a human rights lawyer, all the privilege that my colleagues, Canadians, that were with me as well had, our governments are directly facilitating this genocide. We are funding this genocide. So despite the privilege we have coming from these countries that are unfortunately doing these horrific things, Israel nonetheless tortured us. So if they're willing to torture Americans, Canadians, you can only imagine the brutal, atrocious behavior of Israelis towards Palestinians and the horrific torture that they've endured. So I'm going to treat this more like a conversation. My poor students have to hear me lecture all the time, so I'm going to be quite informal about this. And I'm also, I understand that a lot of us here are not lawyers, so I'm not going to dive into the weeds of the law and the intricacies of the law. I'm going to take this opportunity a little more to talk about the patterns of torture that we documented at the University Network for Human Rights, and that, what we presented at the Committee Against Torture. Despite me saying that I'm not going to talk about the law, I will start with a quick definition of torture, because I think it's very specific. It's important to understand it, and I'll give an abbreviated version. It's much longer, but I'll give the abbreviated version of what torture is according to the Convention Against Torture. It is the intentional infliction of severe mental and physical suffering by a public official for specific purposes, and that purpose can be to obtain information, to punish, humiliate, or intimidate. So the question is, has Israel committed torture? The answer, let me quote Israel Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir in response to a letter by his own security agency chief warning that Israel's violating international law, including the Convention Against Torture. Ben-Gvir said, "Everything published about the abominable conditions of Palestinians in Israel prisons was true. Since I assumed the position of Minister of National Security, one of the highest goals I've set for myself is to worsen the conditions of the terrorists in prisons." So what are these conditions in prison? So police, military, prison officials have tortured Palestinians of all types: children, men, women, the disabled, the elderly. Tactics include beatings, chemical burns, amputations, and electrocutions. They also include denial of food and medicine, extreme cold and heat and loud music, prolonged stress positions. I'll share one detainee's experience. They took some of us, including me, to a site in eastern Al-Maghazi area, where I was interrogated and severely beaten while naked. I kept telling the interrogator that I was blind, but he did not care at all, and even mocking me, saying, "For the record, if I kill you here, no one will ever know." The IOF also detained my blind father, who suffers from diabetes, and mercilessly beat him, along with other young men and elderlies. Whoever said that they were sick or had a disability, they would be beaten even more. I told them that I was blind and knew nothing, so they would beat me more and more. This sort of treatment takes place at every moment and every location in custody in Israel. So that means the moment of capture, in transportation, in holding, in jails, in prisons. It's widespread, it's pervasive, it's systematic. So these are not just bad apples, these are not exceptions to the rule. These happen in all spaces of detention. I can speak a little to my own experience to talk about this happening in all spaces. So we were seized in international waters, kidnapped, and brought to Israel. From the moment they took us, they abused us. They separated many of us. They separated those who were Palestinian, North African, Middle Eastern, and brought them into the other room and beat them. They brought us to Ashdod, the port of Ashdod, where they put us in stress positions for hours. They hit us, they kicked us, they spit on us, they rubbed our faces in urine. They told us that they would kill us, they called us Hamas, they told us to say we love Israel. I could only see so much because we were forced to have our heads down, but I was able to look, in my periphery. But some people came out and cheered as they tortured us. The person to the right of me was a Canadian man from Pakistan who kept passing out. They would pick him up and drop him face forward. He was bound, so he couldn't stop the fall and kept falling on his face. He tried to explain that he had low blood pressure. They called him a liar and just repeatedly dropped him on his head. The person next to me, who was from Turkey, they kept smashing his head in the urine on the ground. The man in front of me, who was elderly, he had trouble kneeling, so they continued to kick him. They transported us to Kitsiat. When they transported us, they bound us, they put us in freezing conditions, they hit us, they blindfolded us. And then when we got to Kitsiat, it was similar treatment. They did not give us food, they did not give us medicine. There was a 70-year-old Buddhist monk with us who had a heart condition. They refused to give him his medicine. An 83-year-old woman, a friend of mine, when she asked for her medicine, they beat her. This happened in every single space we went to. Particularly brutal has been the sexual violence that Palestinians have endured. Sexual violence and humiliation as forms of torture. This has included rape by animals and humans, gang rape, forced penetration with searing hot objects, attacks on the genitals by dogs and humans. I'll be honest, I was going to share some accounts of sexualized torture, but truthfully, they're just too horrific, and I don't think this is the space. I think it's quite triggering to read these accounts, but it's been terrible. And I will also say that, I'm not going to go into the details of what happened to some of the people on the ship with us, but out of respect for their privacy, but I will say that we witnessed and experienced forms of sexual assault. We were strip searched, sexually degraded, threats of rape by Israeli officers, and worse. But despite what has been very widespread documentation of torture in Israeli prisons, there's been no accountability. So in Israel, torturing Palestinians detainees has become the norm. Denouncing the torture has become the crime. Just recently, Israel's top military lawyer was recently arrested for leaking a video of soldiers raping Palestinian detainee. Perhaps more sickening has been, I'm sure a lot of you have seen these videos, of supporters giving a standing ovation to the rapists. Less than 1%, 0.86% of allegations against soldiers has led to indictments, and this was before October 7th. Since October 7th, accountability has lessened somehow below 1%. We presented all this information to the UN Committee Against Torture, and so did dozens of other organizations. So there was roughly 35 Palestinian, Israeli, international NGOs who submitted this information showing widespread, systematic, and brutal torture by Israel, carried out not in a capricious manner. I need to emphasize that it's not capricious, it's carried out with an intent to commit genocide. When Israel went before the committee, it denied all this. It said that they did not carry out torture. In what's pretty unorthodox move in these sessions, the first people that they had speak were not representatives of the state. Usually it's the state that responds to these sessions. They had Israeli hostages make the opening statements. When Israeli officials eventually did speak, they said the allegations of torture were disinformation. They said that the UN Commission of Inquiry and Francesca Albanese, for example, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territory, are anti-Semites. They denied everything. Again, I'm going to try to keep this short because I want to make sure that others have a chance to speak, but I will conclude by emphasizing that the torture carried out by Israel has been done in a widespread and systematic manner. It's executed discriminatorily, exclusively against Palestinians, not against Jewish Israelis, and against all segments of Palestinian population, including children. These are key components of its policy to completely control, coerce, and collectively punish Palestinians, and are of such severity that they amount, to me, they amount to acts of genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I would like to invite Dr. Suleiman Baraka to join us here.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وإخوانه موسى وعيسى وإبراهيم وإسحاق وإسماعيل لا نفرق بين أحد منهم. I start with a poem from my forefathers hundreds of years ago. I will say it in Arabic and then I will translate it before offering my testimony. داؤك منك وما تشعر ودواؤك فيك وما تبصر وتحسب أنك جرم صغير وفيك انطوى العالم الأكبر. Your illness is in you and you don't see it, and your remedy is in you and you don't feel it.
Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You think you are a small comet or celestial body, but the whole universe in you is embedded. This tells you the value of life in the background of my culture. So killing a man, he or she, is like destroying the universe in the solar system and the Milky Way. Today, I will share a testimony in different way because I'm a physicist. So I will develop political physics or legal physics because I don't have the language you speak, but I share my feelings and my stories. From 1996, I noticed the misuse of terminology in a deceptive way. I give examples like collateral damage is defined in the military everywhere. We know what happened in Dresden or Le Havre in Normandy. We know what happened in Rwanda. We know what happened in Nagasaki. We know the war. War is crazy. War is ugly. But we don't talk about war. So collateral damage is defined somewhere. When they use it because they want you to read it your own way, not their own way. And then you are obscured from what is going on. Human shield is, I think, a legal term, misuse. Operational necessity. IDF is Israeli Defense Forces. They've never been defending, always expansionist, and they are attacking. And they want you to assume that they are defending something that they belong to, even they don't have a constitution. So, as Bob Marley said in Get Up, Stand Up, Fight for Your Right, you can fool some people sometime, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. I want to play the song for Bob Marley, I like him. Today I will share two stories about the misuse of terminology, the slaughtering of my brother. My brother was a brigadier general in the police. His name is Salama. Salama means safety and peace. My mom gave birth to him on the 3rd of August, 8:30 in the morning, 1973. And the midwife gave it to me before my mom even touched him. So I feel he is my soulmate. He is part of me, Salama. Salama was even taking his breakfast at midnight because always he had to help people and others. Salama used to be the responsible for all Palestinian terminals, including Rafah, and he was the governor of the police in Khan Yunis. From time to time in the war, he used to call me, come back, I am very tired. We have 8 sisters and we have like 100 children and grandchildren, come and help me. It is very tiring, especially our mom, who was bombed 2 times and survived. He used to go to sleep from other night with his assistant Rami Abu Jazal in Khan Yunis. Rami is scanning by eye, there is no drone. Salama, come, it's peaceful, come and sleep with us. Sleep at our home. Rami has a daughter called Mecca. She was 5. When Salama used to go to stay the night with his friend Rami, he used to buy chocolate, scarcely and not easy to find during the war. That night, he came a bit late. Where is Mecca? Where is my angel Mecca? She said she fell asleep because you are late. So he kept the chocolate by his side. And Rami wanted to sleep in the same room. He said, no, go and sleep in your bedroom. I want to be alone. Couple of hours, they bombed him. And only we have his head buried with the shredded, burned, small pieces of flesh that they gave us 2-3 bags, like 6 or 7 kilos of shredded, burned flesh. The explosive wave was strong enough to push the wall between the children's room, and Mecca was killed with him. So Mecca and Salama were killed, and chocolate stayed for starving Gaza. Another example, Bilal Saad Muhammad Baraka is my nephew. He broke my heart. I was in Ottawa in April, and he was targeted by a missile that embedded in his abdomen like an arrow, didn't explode. Luckily, 4 siblings were sleeping in the same tent. These 2 examples, if we take the Israeli narrative, Salama Baraka is a terrorist and Bilal Baraka is a terrorist. If you can use AI and technology to target him in the abdomen, even not killing the other people around him, I give 2 examples from my family. I have 16 documented. I give it to Aziza. I asked the Al Jazeera to give me any documentation that is consistent between Israel and Al Jazeera. In my family, Iyad Ibrahim Salim Baraka, 46. The drone was watching him, and he's going around, the drone above him. So when he stepped and they bombed the house, they killed everybody. They killed him, all his children, his wife, his uncle, 3 cousins, and 1 cousin's son. And Fal was 16, now 16, survived, and now she's taking medication in Turkey. So they killed everybody. If they wanted to do like Salama, and Iyad was not in the resistance, was not in Hamas. One of his brother was in the resistance, so they killed. It's a collective punishment. Another example, Nur Mustafa Sulaiman Baraka. They start shooting at him not to kill, but to push him inside his home. When he stepped and they bombed, they killed him, his wife, his child, 2 sisters, and his parents. If you can kill Salama Baraka inside a house, not a tent, alone, why did you kill Abu Anas al-Ghandour by 2,000-pound bomb in Jabalia, killing 408? Why you are showing in Al-Mawasi, in Israeli TV, that this saged or fenced house, Muhammad al-Def and Salama, Ma'ruf Salama, is there? They showed that these 2 terrorists are there. They bombed the place and they bombed all the neighborhood. Anybody come to help, they killed 90 people. So having these stories, I have 16 documented. I will give it to Aziza later. But I will share with you, because I am not a lawyer. I don't know if I am speaking the language that you understand. In November 2011, I was participating in a conference for education and connection between Palestinian and European universities with all the presidents of Palestinian universities. I was invited because I am the UNESCO shareholder in astronomy, astrophysics, and space sciences in Palestine. The head of the conference, Fernando Mayor. Fernando Mayor was the convoy of peace between F.W. de Klerk and Nelson Mandela, and later he was the European convoy between Yasser Arafat and Ishaq Rabin. He said in the conference that Palestinians should be united in order to be able to help them. I said, you are paying money to keep us divided. You are paying money to keep us divided. how come we are divided? We are not divided. People from outside divided. I told him, you are reading, as my country, Canada, and everywhere, reading the Israeli, from the Israeli page. Have you ever talked to a Hamas, a professor or officials? No. You all taking the Israeli reports and you just follow. Hamas is not Taliban, is not ISIS. Hamas, Musa Abu Marzouk was a US citizen. Isa al-Asawi is an European citizen, Italian citizen, and most of them speak languages. One of them, my soulmate, my colleague, Sufyan al-Tayeh, one of the best researchers in the globe. He is the top 2% of the research in physics. He was killed. He was telling me he was in Waterloo in Canada as a sabbatical. He said, I am preparing for the wedding of my son. He finished his medical school. I am very excited for the wedding. They killed Sufyan, all his children and his father and mother, and killed him. Sufyan, I know him. I know him better mine. Even if he was in the resistance, he never did. He was one of the best scientists. They killed him because he is the president of the Islamic University, and he, by the way, succeeded me to hold the UNESCO chair in astronomy. This is to tell you that peace is an enemy for those guys, simply because they killed Ishaq Rabin. Ishaq Rabin was not killed by Hamas. Ishaq Rabin, when he realized that there is no way to keep the violence cycle on, so when he decided to share the land, because we have enough peace, enough water, enough land, enough everything, enough history, enough Abrahamism to live together and make one democratic state. They killed Ishaq Rabin because they are enemies. One other story to finish. In September 13, 2008, I was invited to give a talk to professors in space and astrophysics at the Institute of Astrophysics in France. French scientists used to ask me, is Hamas hindering your work in the research? I said, the occupation is hindering us. It's not Hamas. President Biden said, you don't have to be a Jewish to be a Zionist. And I am saying, you don't have to be Hamas to be with the resistance. I am with the resistance. أنا أقاوم إذا أنا موجود. Je résiste donc j'existe. Je résiste donc je suis. I resist, therefore I am. So resistance is in favor of Jewish, Christian, and Muslims because you stop aggressors from his aggression. So at the end of my talk, I said I built a new house, but Gaza under siege is not finished. I, on behalf of you, before you, I invite a Jewish family to stay and share the house with me. So my children would play with their Jewish neighbors in my house. Conditionally, I ask a Jewish family to come with their civilian clothes, not in attack. 70 days they bombed the house and killed my son Ibrahim, he was 11. So now they are working to continue the war with Iran and other countries. They cannot survive, they cannot sell and market their narrative that they are democratic and civilized world in the Middle East under Saudi ship. So even now I am appealing to this flag who gave me the protection because I am in Canada. I came as a refugee. I was invited as a professor at the space program at Virginia Tech. And then I was invited at Columbia University in New York to give a talk about education under occupation. During my talk, they called me from home, they killed my brother. My brother was at Hamas. And this is reported to the government when I made my hearing. 1 week after they killed my brother, they start writing an article and targeting me, even I was threatened to death by those guys in the United States. And my New Yorker lawyer asked me to move to Canada. It's much safer than we cannot protect you under first Trump term. So I came to Canada as a refugee. Canada thankfully gave me medicine, shelter, protection, and my son now my sons now are Canadian by choice. I am a Canadian with the bride by choice, but I salute this flag. I said, don't read from by one eye. Open two eyes and listen to people. I met Jesse Jackson and President Carter before. Talk always work. No single problem had been solved from the Second World War by bombs. You cannot make history by bombs. You cannot change the pace of history by bombs and mass killing. If you can kill Salam Mubarak as an example, why you are killing thousands in 1 week in October, and you call it collateral damage? I know collateral damage if you bomb this house, maybe the windshield of a car, shattered or something like this. But you are killing and bombing and bombing and bombing and killing, and you say it's a collateral because we hunted a very dangerous terrorist. Abu Anas al-Ghandour, the commander in Hamas in North Ida, 408 refugee camps in Jabalia were slaughtered because they wanted to kill, because the surveillance say he is in that area. Okay, let's go and bomb everybody. This is the one I wanted to raise. I have almost 600 people slaughtered in my family. I have 3 brothers and one wounded. We are hiding him because they are bombing hospitals. And I have 8 nephews. The story of Ahmed Bseso, she's lucky, as Dr. Hani said. My nephew Muhammad al-Sha'ar was sick. There was no medicine and food and he passed away. So I have 8 nephews, 3 brothers and 1 wounded, and I have 600 in my extended family. Just to tell you that there is a deception in misusing of terminology to hide the genocide, and the future is us. أنا أقاوم إذا أنا موجود. Je résiste donc j'existe. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Sulaiman Baraka. Now we'll have a short video from Ibrahim Abu Sakr. It's a recorded video. And it's going to be the last intervention. Now, after that, we'll have a break.
Many of these universities hello everyone, my name is Ibrahim.
Yes. And also the audio. You were clearer for me than almost any other speaker. Yeah, I But yes, I didn't think you were shy.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you, James. I was interested.
I apologize, we have some technical problems, so we'll try to resolve it, but I know everyone is tired, maybe we need a break so please feel free, we have a lunch, we'll have a dessert break, so, and we will come back. We have an hour break. How long? Sorry, Adila? At 2:15? So we have 20 minutes?
Almost.
Could we have half an hour?
Okay, yes, okay. We'll try. It's just because some of the legal experts coming on for the next session have time.
Yeah,
Okay, 20
yeah.
minutes.
Okay, so just we have time to eat and
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Everyone.
Take care.
Yes.
Take care. It's okay. Take care.
Yes.
Getting care here because it's very dangerous. It's okay? It's very short. Do I need it's okay? No, yes, okay. Anyway.
Constant crises, but I know you know. You know the constant crises.
Be careful. This is
Can I get you anything? It's yes. Okay, let me get you all food. What kind of falafel? It's a Palestinian. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get you a selection of falafels. Okay. Okay. Would you like me to bring you a plate of food
I know there is lots of people.
Full service.
Yes, just to give a service.
Passages.
No, it's very short. No.
Sorry, you were. Richard, I want to apologize on behalf of Canada for your what we call the Phil Berrigan treatment. He used to come up to Canada a lot, and they started doing to him what they did to you last night. You spoke at our tribunal in Toronto in 1988. At the we put the G7 Berrigan treatment down there. Phil Berrigan was supposed to be there, but he wasn't ticket. Very.
Well, then I can take
the opportunity to leave another day to share the message, and that and say that you can't tell people who are afraid of people, and that was just
It's one of those things where I look at all the prophetic voices of the last 50 years, you know, and certainly one of them, you know. But anyhow, yeah, I just wanted to say hello. I haven't seen you since 1988. It is. But what they questioned you and said that you were inadmissible, or how did that get resolved?
and then
They said the audio is still on from the room, and so people can hear them talk. Can we just turn returning back to their seats, we'll move into the next session of witnesses. Thank you. People can continue to eat while it's the legal panel, but it's because the scholars have to go have deadlines. But also people have after this. We'll move into the next session on the legal framework, its prospects and limitations. And is Artie here? Online? Yes. Our witnesses in this session will be Artie Imses, Professor of International Law at Queen's University, former member of the UN Group of Eminent Experts on Yemen, and former legal counsel for UNRWA. Richard Falk, Professor of International Law Emeritus at Princeton University, and former UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territory. James Cavallaro, co-founder and executive director of the University Network for Human Rights, and former president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Tara Williamson, who's the Indigenous Law Research Unit Research Director at the University of Victoria. Balakrishnan Rajagopal, who is Associate Professor of Law and Development at MIT and the current UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights to Adequate Housing. And David White, who is Professor of Climate Justice and Director of the Center for Climate, Crime and Climate Justice at Queen Mary University of London. Is David with us too? No. It might be late for him because he's in the UK because of the time difference, but we will start with Professor Artie Imses.
Thank you very much. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Wonderful. Members of the panel, my name is Artie Imses. I am a professor of international law at Queen's University. I appear before you to give testimony today on Canada's responsibilities, and only a few of them, under international law. In particular, I will brief you on the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice concerning the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, rendered by the court in the summer of 2024. Although I served as legal counsel in that case, I appear before you in my personal capacity. I would also like to offer brief comments on the consequences for Canada of a certain ruling of the International Court of Justice in the case brought by South Africa against Israel. As to the first case, on 19 July 2024, the ICJ determined that Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is in and of itself unlawful for being in violation of Article 2, subsection 4 of the UN Charter, and that it is required to withdraw from the occupied Palestinian territory, quote, as rapidly as possible, and that it must pay reparations to all legal and natural persons affected by its unlawful occupation going back to 1967. It arrived at this conclusion after affirming that Israel is not sovereign in the occupied Palestinian territory, and that its continued settlement of that territory, among other policies and practices, violates the prohibition on the acquisition of territory by force and the obligation to respect the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. In addition, the court determined that Israel's policies and practices violate the prohibition on racial segregation and apartheid. The court further determined that all states have an obligation to bring Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory to an end, not to recognize Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as lawful, nor to render aid or assistance to Israel in the maintenance of its unlawful presence and actions in the occupied Palestinian territory. In practical terms, this means that all third states, and this includes Canada, are under an obligation to completely alter their bilateral relations with Israel, including trade, military, and diplomatic sanctions, not unlike those that have been imposed by Canada and other Western states on Russia following its illegal occupation and annexation of portions of Ukraine. In Resolution ES-10/24 of 18 September 2024, the General Assembly of the United Nations received the ICJ's advisory opinion on Israel's illegal occupation and indicated that Israel had 12 months to withdraw unconditionally. That date, 18 September 2025, has come and gone without Israeli withdrawal. But the Assembly also reiterated the ICJ's affirmation that third states may do nothing to aid or assist Israel in the maintenance of its continued unlawful presence in Palestine. This echoes the principle affirmed in UN Security Council Resolution 2334 of 2016, that all states have an obligation to distinguish in their relationship with Israel between Israel on the one hand and the occupied Palestinian territory on the other. And they're bound to do this, including through the following measures. 1. Abstaining from treaty relations with Israel in all cases in which it purports to act on behalf of the occupied Palestinian territory or a part thereof on matters concerning the occupied Palestinian territory or a part of its territory. 2. Abstaining from entering into economic or trade dealings with Israel concerning the occupied Palestinian territory or parts thereof, which may entrench its unlawful presence in the territory, including with regard to the settlements and their associated regime. 3. Abstaining in the establishment and maintenance of diplomatic missions in Israel and any recognition of its illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, including by refraining from the establishment of diplomatic missions in Jerusalem pursuant to Security Council Resolution 478 of 20 August 1980. 4. Taking steps to prevent trade or investment relations that assist in the maintenance of the illegal situation created by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including with regard to the settlements and their associated regime. 5. Taking steps to ensure that their nationals and companies and entities under their jurisdiction, as well as their authorities, do not act in any way that would entail recognition or provide aid or assistance in maintaining the situation created by Israel's illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. 6. Taking steps towards ceasing the importation of any products originating in the Israeli settlements, as well as the provision or transfer of arms, munitions, and related equipment to Israel, the occupying power, in all cases where there are reasonable grounds to suspect that they may be used in the occupied Palestinian territory. And finally, 7, implementing sanctions, including travel bans and asset freezes against natural and legal persons engaged in the maintenance of Israel's unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in relation to settler violence. Another relevant ruling of the ICJ was its binding determination of 26 January 2024 in South Africa versus Israel, that Israel is plausibly engaged in genocide against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. This triggered the obligation of all states parties to the Genocide Convention, including Canada, to do everything reasonably within its power to prevent genocide. I submit to you that these two cases must shape Canada's bilateral relationship with Israel going forward, and until Israel is held fully accountable for its ongoing internationally wrongful acts. Canada's recent recognition of the state of Palestine is a good first step in this regard, but it is woefully insufficient if left on its own. As Prime Minister Carney has stated only on 21 September, Israel is, quote, working methodically to prevent the prospect of a Palestinian state from ever being established, end quote. This includes, in my assessment, the attempt by Israel to destroy in whole or in part the Palestinian people as a national group, as such, in their native land. Accordingly, Ottawa is bound to do much more than to merely recognize Palestine. Time does not allow me to cover all of what is required of Canada here, but in line with what both the ICJ and the General Assembly have affirmed, as I just set out, among the many specific actions Canada must take, and indeed can take, are the following two. First, Canada is obliged to impose an immediate and comprehensive two-way arms embargo against Israel. There's no sound reason why Canada should continue to provide Israel with arms and other materiel, in whole or in part, to the Israeli armed forces, thereby aiding and assisting Israel in maintaining its illegal presence in occupied Palestine, including the real likelihood that such arms are being used in the commission of ongoing atrocity crimes. Nor is there a good reason for Canada to make use of any Israeli manufactured arms or technologies, in whole or in part, that have been tested on the defenseless Palestinian civilian population subject to its unlawful control. Second, Canada must immediately abrogate the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. While Canada's official position remains that Israel is an occupying power and that Israeli settlements are unlawful, the government has pursued a policy that aids and assists in the maintenance of this violation and indeed the maintenance of Israel's mere presence, unlawful presence in the occupied territory. Canada does this by allowing for the duty-free import of Israeli settlement products under the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement, known as CIFTA. Under CIFTA, Israel territory, quote unquote, is defined in a manner that includes the occupied state of Palestine, now recognized by Canada, thereby violating the prohibition on territorial conquest and the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. On its face, STIFTA is an illegal treaty under international law for being in violation of these peremptory norms of international law, derogation from which is not permitted under any circumstances. In addition, the terms of SIFTA do not comport with Canada's obligations under Security Council Resolution 2334 to distinguish in its relevant dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the territories occupied by it since 1967. Canada is also clearly in breach of its obligation to respect and to ensure respect of the Fourth Geneva Convention, see Article 1 of that convention, and adhere to its obligations under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which made clear that settlements are war criminals. Both of these conventions have been incorporated into domestic Canadian law. I should like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. For lack of time, I've been unable to flesh things out further. I do stand ready to take any questions when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Imses. Professor Richard Falk.
Let me greet this distinguished audience for a second time today, and it's been a moving and powerful experience up to now, even for those of us that have been familiar with these issues for many years. So it's been a very valuable event even up to this point. R.D. Imses just gave a very clear analytic portrayal of the responsibilities that Canada has as a result of international law and the results that have specifically emanated from the International Court of Justice, both in its South African litigation on genocide and in its advisory opinion on occupation. It's important and it's relatively unfamiliar for a variety of reasons, but most of the focus of those of us that have been actively opposed to what Israel and complicit countries have been doing is based on the genocide. But it's also important to understand that there's a second set of legal issues concerned with the illegality of the occupation, not only of Gaza, but of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And those two sets of issues really are fundamental to distinguish and to understand why they are both fundamental to any prospect of a just peace. I want to say something also about the focus which I very greatly appreciate and wish we had a parallel event to this one in my own country, the U.S. It certainly needs it more than Canada, but Canada needs it. And I think it's important to understand that this may be the first major genocide that was enabled by other countries. In the past, countries have stood away. They haven't wanted to interfere, as the U.S. didn't in Rwanda back in 1994, but they haven't actively supported the genocide. And here we have a case not only where the genocide has been supported by the leading liberal democracies in the West, but also the proposed peace has been shaped not by the victims and their allies, but by the perpetrators. And I've sometimes analogized it to having the future of Germany after World War II shaped by the surviving Nazis, which would be unthinkable and certainly undoable. But here we have this strange geopolitical distortion that allows a powerful country, powerful geopolitical actor, the U.S., to team with Israel in a very unjust architecture that is supposed to be what is described in state propaganda in the West as the dawn of a new peace. But to my mind, it is a way of continuing the genocidal assault on the Palestinian people. And it's rather shocking. We've all heard lots about the fact that the world didn't act in response to the genocide in a way that showed a real political will to do something to stop it. But here we have this situation where the supposed transition from one of active genocide to what some people have called incremental genocide is disguised by the leading criminal complicit country with seemingly taking its direction from the perpetrator. Israel was consulted at every point about how this so-called peace proposal would be made public. And at the same time, Israel has violated the ceasefire, which was the first stage of this diplomacy, up to 200 times by recent calculations. And so it isn't really a ceasefire, it's a kind of cover for a continuation of the genocide. called a ceasefire. It's a trick worthy of a first-class advertising agency, but hardly an act of responsible diplomacy. And Canada and the other countries that have in the past supported Israel, in my view, have a moral obligation, if not a legal obligation, to criticize this way of proceeding, to perpetuate the suffering and the unjustness of how the Palestinian people have been treated. So it's a decisive moment, in a way, in a continuing ordeal of human suffering. And one of the consequences of the sort of Trump diplomacy is to shift attention away from the suffering. And you find that the media has given much less attention since these proposals have been shockingly supported by most of the Arab countries and quite a number of countries around the world. There is an understandable attraction for anything that stops the active violence. And so the ceasefire was welcomed and obviously accepted by Hamas, and some Palestinians have gotten to the point of saying anything is better than this intense genocidal assault. But that's not what a responsible outcome of this struggle involves. And that's where Canada, which has the prestige and the had the reputation, I can't say has the reputation, but had the reputation of being a moral force in international relations and a force of some moderation. Now is the time when, if it stepped forward in a way that is appropriate, it would have an enormous political impact. And so it is not a trivial issue of somehow technically living up to Canada's obligations. It's a moral and spiritual issue that touches not only the obligations of governments, but the spirit of the people and the common humanity that is at stake. It's a metaphor. Gaza has become a metaphor for all of us. And that's why it has had such a powerful impact psychologically, as well as politically and morally. And the only other aspect of this that I wanted to emphasize is the importance of Canadian leaders appreciating the fact that this is the first enabled genocide, as far as we know, in modern history. And that really separates it from the notion that genocide is something done by evildoers to victims directly. This is something beyond that, and it has an intercivilizational dimension. In other words, it's not only Israel against the Palestinians, it is an example of what Samuel Huntington at the end of the Cold War talked about in terms of a clash of civilizations. The reason that the Western liberal democracies are aligned with Israel to this degree has to do with civilizational identity, much more than even the material interests in they're of course interconnected, but it's that intercivilizational identity that's crucial. And one of Huntington's major points was that conflict after the Cold War would be along the fault lines between Islam and the West. And that has proved to be quite prophetic, though it came quite a bit later than his prediction was made. I want to just say a few words about the Gaza People's Tribunal that Hilal and I have been involved with organizing over the last 18 months. And I wanted to say it because it is replicated to a great degree by what's happening here at this event. But it's important to understand that a People's Tribunal is something very different than a national court or an international court, which are both legitimized and formalized by being generated by governments and by judges who in one way or another are associated with national governments or national judges sitting on international tribunals. Now, what motivates and characterizes a People's Tribunal is above all the fact that it's partisan. It does not try to distinguish right from wrong. It starts from a premise of such severe existential wrongdoing that it wants to make more than a legal assessment. It wants to make a moral and spiritual assessment at the same time. And that kind of assessment in our case was symbolized by featuring at its final session a jury of conscience, not a jury of legal specialization or some sort of citizen participation, but something. The members of the jury were so outspoken way of dealing with the truth to power relationship. And in a certain way, it has occurred to me during the morning that the panel of elders is an equivalent to the jury of conscience. But it's important that conscience rather than legality, and rather than any way of being more technical in its scope of inquiry. See, one difference between a People's Tribunal and a normal judicial court is that the tribunal is not restricted. It has no limits, and anything that bears on justice and morality, as well as on law, is within its proper scope, and also it can look beyond the legal dispute to give shape to a just solution, which a normal court can't do. And the other thing is, of course, this kind of tribunal can act rapidly. By the time the International Court of Justice reaches its final decision, it would be a terrible reality if the genocide was actively continuing. In other words, there's no expectation that there will be a decision before the end of 2026 or the beginning of the next year, 2027. And that's not a handicap for this kind of People's Tribunal. The other aspect that should be noticed is that it not only produces a comprehensive view of the ordeal suffered by victim people, but it also establishes a definitive archive that can be used in the future as an impartial source of information about what happened, not colored by state propaganda and media self-censorship. And then the People's Tribunal has, as one of its political objectives, the stimulation of civil society activism around the world. And that was certainly very much in the mind of those of us in Istanbul that saw the analogy to South Africa and the anti-apartheid movement, where the nonviolent civil solidarity initiatives of cultural and sports boycotts of their version of a BDS movement, boycott, divestment and sanctions, really brought the South African racist elite to make a decision no one in South Africa thought would ever happen without a prolonged armed struggle. And so what really, I happen to have been there a couple of weeks before Nelson Mandela was released from prison, and everyone in South Africa, regardless of their point of view, believed that there was no hope for a peaceful transition to constitutional democracy. But the elite didn't wake up having a moral epiphany. They realized that they would be pragmatically better off in a world that would accept their legitimacy than in a world in which they were isolated as a pariah state. And that's why this kind of effort of civil society to delegitimize a state that engages in genocide is so important to the political outcome of the conflict. It happened also in the Vietnam context, where the anti-war movement had an influential effect on how the conflict was resolved and understood, at least for a generation or so. And one of the things that enables People's Tribunal to have this impact is that it does legitimize activism. See, and that's one of the roles of law, especially when it's not adhered to by the country that has been charged with violations, as in this case. Legitimizing activism is a way of shifting the grounds of the conflict from intergovernmental to the people versus government. And that's an important shift. And finally, this kind of legitimation of the Palestinian struggle has an impact on governments and on specifically the General Assembly of the UN, and partly is responsible for shifting the General Assembly in the direction of supporting more openly and more radically the limitation of Israel's rights, including its discussion as to whether it should be suspended from the privileges of participating. That's one of the ways of delegitimizing. And again, it seems important that a country with Canada's image would support such initiatives as a way of combining the pursuit of a just peace with the avoidance of the continuation of genocide and occupation, both of which are blatantly illegal. So let me end by saying that not only has the way we think about Gaza become a touchstone of what will happen globally in relation to this kind of severe violation of human rights, and what is the consequence of allowing these 5 countries to have impunity when it comes to their criminality. And that would require very fundamental UN reform or some kind of alternate framework for collective peacemaking and global security. So that very much is at stake, not only for the Palestinians, but for the future of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Richard Falk. I would be remiss if I didn't say that the Gaza Tribunal was such a source of inspiration and guidance for our own effort here today, as well as the imperative of not simply relying on state-generated legal orders that themselves have been premised on the genocidal erasure of the indigenous and colonized legal and intellectual traditions that we are also drawing on as a source of both legal and moral authority for the findings of this tribunal. Now, Jim Cavallaro on the Inter-American system as a potential site of accountability.
So, thank you so much. I hope folks can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
First, let me start. I would be remiss if I didn't start by saying it is an honor to be on this panel with folks. I'm looking around. Some of my heroes are here. I shout out to all of you here. I have to give a shout out though to Professor Richard Falk. Sorry about the nightmare last night in entering Canada. I think that's something that we all have to push back on, but that's a discussion for another moment. I'm going to try and be brief and speak just to what the inter-American system might be able to offer to collective global efforts to bring some sort of rationality to this experience of looking at what's been happening in Palestine over the last 2 years more intensely, but for decades, and the utter disconnect between what all of us here know to be righteous and just and fair and the way powerful states and powerful opinion-forming institutions, excuse me, and universities are responding, right? So just to try briefly to say, here's a piece of the puzzle that has largely been underused in Canada, but that might be useful and relevant, and that is the Inter-American System for the Protection of Human Rights. So first, I'm glad to not be the first person, because Artie and Imsis and Professor Falk have laid out the international law. It's clear. We've got very, very good law here. In the Inter-American System, fortunately, there is an incorporation of international law into the Inter-American System. So use Coggan's principles, and principles from international humanitarian law have been interpreted into the Inter-American System case law as guides, as use Coggan's as mandatory norms that must be followed. IHL and international human rights standards from other areas, from other regimes, UN, European, etc., have been brought in as interpretive mechanisms to construe the instruments that are binding in among states in the OAS. So that's the sort of the first point, that there's general good law, we know that, and then that is incorporated into the American system, one. Two, the Inter-American System is quite consequential in states throughout the hemisphere, mostly Latin American states, which have ratified the American Convention on Human Rights and have recognized the jurisdiction of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Canada, unfortunately, has done neither. That's something that I'm happy to talk about with anyone who's interested. Those of you in Ottawa, those of you in law school, this is a campaign that has gone on for years at different levels to have Canada engage more directly in the Inter-American System, ratify or adhere technically to the American Convention on Human Rights. Recently, Canada, which is promising, signed, but that's not the same as ratifying, signed the Inter-American Convention on the eradication of violence against women, and so does the Convention of Belém do Pará. Belém do Pará is where COP30 is going on right now, and that's just where that convention was developed. So there's some sign that Canada, at least with regard to women's rights, might be engaging in the system more. I think that's an opportunity that we should press to try and move Canada towards ratification or adherence of the American Convention and recognition of the Inter-American Court. That said, Canada is still bound by the American Declaration. And the American Declaration has very good principles. Among them, there's all the principles that you might imagine that you could leverage, and the idea of the prohibition of genocide is incorporated into Inter-American law. But the things we want to look at is how can we hold, or how might we hold Canada to account for its role in supporting genocide, its role in supporting apartheid. And there, one of the issues that ordinarily comes up in international law is the question of extraterritorial application of the norms and obligations that states might have. In the inter-American system, the law is good in extraterritorial application of law, because rather than a territorial focus, the standard is authority and or effective control. And this has been applied by the Inter-American Commission in cases that involve warfare or violence, not necessarily genocide, but warfare, genocide would apply more, occurring outside of the territorial jurisdiction of the country held to account. So there's a case called U.S. versus CORD, C-O-A-R-D, which involves responsibility for U.S. forces for events that took place in the 1983 invasion of Grenada. And despite the objections of the United States, the Inter-American Commission held that the United States could be held to account for activities that occurred during the military invasion because the United States had effective control and authority over Grenada. Another case is a case against Cuba, also from 1999. It's Alejandre y otros. It's case number 11.589 or 11,589, 11,589. In that case, this is a case of an airplane of Brothers to the Rescue, which was shot down over international airspace, so not in Cuban territory, and this is a military action. So again, it is a military action outside of the jurisdiction of the state in question, Cuba, with fatal results, over which the Inter-American Commission could exercise jurisdiction. And there, I'll just read a snippet from what the Commission wrote. The fact that the events took place outside Cuban jurisdiction does not limit the Commission's competence, rationale loci, or loci, because as previously stated, when agents of a state, whether military or civilian, exercise power and authority over persons outside national territory, the state's obligation to respect human rights continues, in this case, the rights enshrined in the American Declaration. So that's the statement of law that derives from those facts. As applied here, I would say there is an opportunity, if anyone out in this space is interested, I'm happy to work with them. I teach, I was running this morning, I couldn't be here in the morning session or the afternoon because I was teaching a class on the inter-American system, which I teach at Yale Law School. Happy to be involved if people want to think about this, but I think there's a case that to be made for, on behalf of somebody, or some group of people, victims of some strike or use of weapons or weapon system or weapons technology that can be tied to Canada that cause consequences for people, again, outside of Canada, but with the responsibility of Canada to the extent that the weapon sales originate in Canada and are not regulated in accordance with the obligations imposed on Canada by the American Declaration. And then finally, another important norm, just to show that the norms are good. The question is how we make these stick. I think we all know this is the challenge. The law is pretty good, suboptimal, but pretty good. We've got to get it to stick. And last year, the General Assembly, in a resolution, urged member states, quote, to refrain from authorizing the transfer of firearms and ammunition to countries where there is a risk they would be used to commit or facilitate acts contrary to international humanitarian law. So there's another area which is where weapon sales addressed by the General Assembly. Now, to be honest, most of this comes up in the context of weapon sales at gun shows in the United States that are then those weapons are then used, say, in Mexico by drug cartels, et cetera, et cetera. But the principle, do not sell weapons to actors that might use them to violate either human rights or, in this case, international humanitarian law, is a principle recognized by the General Assembly. So again, potentially actionable. Along those lines, footnote, Mexico, the state of Mexico, the government, has been suing gun manufacturers in the United States with mixed results for their responsibility for facilitating weapons entering into Mexico, then being used by cartels to slaughter civilians. But again, if there may be Canadian legislation for along those lines, or Canadian litigation in Canadian courts. But in the inter-American system, I think, just to sum up, and I know there are others who have more knowledge and specific knowledge than I want to hear from, but to sum up, with the inter-American system, general principles, the law is good, even with the American Declaration and without the American Convention. 1. 2, it would be better if Canada were fully involved in the system by ratifying or adhering to the American Convention on Human Rights and recognizing the jurisdiction of the court. And 3, even without that happening, I think there are cases that could be brought before the Inter-American Commission where Canada could be held to account for its responsibility for selling weapons, knowing that the weapons were going to a state that had already been, if it's after December of 2023, and certainly many weapon sales after that, a state that had already been called out as possibly engaging in genocide by the International Court of Justice. And if there are any folks in space, hardworking law students that are interested in working on this, that can help identify if there is some strike that can be tied back to Canada, Aziza and others have my contacts, and very happy to be of help. And thank you all for your attention. And again, as I said, I will insist, it really is an honor and a privilege. There's a lot of folks in that room that I admire. So thank you very much. Keep on fighting and doing what you're doing.
You're being very modest. I know you're a hero to many of us here as well, and you've given us lots of ideas, including with the inter-American system, which is often not deployed, especially in states like Canada. So thank you so much. First, we are running behind due to the technical difficulties we had in the morning as a result of the last-minute requirement to change rooms. So I just want to ask for the other witnesses in this session, do you have a hard stop in terms of when you need to go? And then we'll use that to determine the order. Does anyone need to leave immediately? Rajagopal? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I have another meeting in 45 minutes, so I need to leave.
Okay, so can we start with Professor Rajagopal, and then David White? I know you're in the UK, and so it's very late for you. And then we will end on the powerful note with Tara. Professor Rajagopal.
Thank you. My greetings to the panel of elders, fellow panelists, participants. I speak here in my academic capacity, although drawing on my work as UN rapporteur. I'll address specifically the mass destruction of homes and displacement in Gaza in particular, but also in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, but I won't have the time to cover those, which raise the fundamental issues of legal responsibilities of all states, including Canada, for ending genocide, occupation, and apartheid, for avoiding complicity, and for being accountable for crimes, and for being responsible for rebuilding. Turning to destruction of homes and leveling of Gaza, as the so-called ceasefire in Gaza remains in tatters, hundreds of thousands of displaced people of Gaza are also returning to search for their homes, and in almost all cases finding only rubble. Northern Gaza in particular is decimated and resembles a moonscape that defies belief, and is undergoing bombing again. Indeed, domicide, or the mass destruction of housing, residential buildings, homes, property, and civilian infrastructure needed for homes, such as electricity or water, is in fact the most visible, recorded, and unique element of the war on Gaza since 2023. When such domicide is systematic and widespread and accompanied by genocidal intent, it constitutes war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide most visibly seen in Gaza. The level of destruction in Gaza is more acute than even the worst examples in terms of scale and ferocity. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Dresden, or Tokyo, all during World War II, or the bombing of Aleppo or Mariupol in recent times. Mariupol, by the way, undergoing more destruction as we speak. We know that more than 90% of all housing has been destroyed in Gaza, and Israel has dropped more than 200,000 tons of bombs on Gaza, which is more than the equivalent of 30 nuclear bombs dropped on Hiroshima. Almost all civilian infrastructure such as water, electricity, and sanitation, or services including schools, universities, and hospitals have been obliterated or damaged. Under international law, such infrastructure and services form part of the definition of what is called adequate housing. Almost 94% of the hospitals, 95% of school buildings, and almost 89% of all water, sanitation, hygiene infrastructure have been destroyed or damaged. The attacks have targeted tents, IDP and refugee camps, and religious and cultural sites. Almost all of the population of Gaza of 2.3 million have been displaced, half of them children, often multiple times from one place to another. More than 2 million people are homeless. More have been rendered homeless, I would say, in a shorter time in Gaza than in any other conflict in recent memory. Despite this catastrophe in Gaza, massive destruction of housing is not condemned or criminalized on its own terms under international law. Homes are supposed to be qualified protected objects under international humanitarian law, but they can lose that status too easily if there is some link with the military objective, however far-fetched. Norms such as proportionality and necessity in international humanitarian law have not proved capable of preventing mass destruction of housing. Indeed, the normative, moral, and political black hole in which mass destruction of housing exists is one major reason why I propose the term domicide to the UN General Assembly, to name it, to understand it, condemn it, and prevent it. We should take into account that the humanitarian, psychological, and cultural impacts of domicide are profound. A home is not just four walls and a roof, but a repository of memories, hopes, and aspirations. Destruction of a home leads to profound psychological loss and trauma. People mourn when they lose their homes and lives of dead ones, but not necessarily the loss of other items, even those essential for human survival, such as water, for example. The mass destruction of housing and a neighborhood leads to the disintegration of community life and intangible heritage, which leads to profound cultural loss. Then there is the humanitarian impact of loss of secure and safe place against wind, cold, and heat, especially for infants, small children, older persons, and disabled individuals, as well as the gendered impact of lack of privacy on women. Indeed, destruction of a home destroys the possibility of enjoying so many other rights which depend on it, the ability to cook, access water and sanitation, or attend school. Housing is a gateway right to other rights, including the right to self-determination, because self-determination depends on having control over land. Destruction of homes which results in displacement leads to the inability to enjoy self-determination over the land on which homes stand, which is why housing and land rights can never be separated. Domicide is, when seen through the presence of housing and land, an attack on a people and their self-determination. The Israeli occupation and annexation of Palestine, along with policies of apartheid, focus so much on control of land and housing for this reason. Ultimately, domicide, whether slow or incremental, or rapid and genocidal, is the main tool of converting occupation to annexation. Yet the law and politics of domicide remain non-existent or underdeveloped, hidden in the blind spots of international law, as I said in the beginning. Homes are allegedly protected objects under international humanitarian law, but are regularly bound without limits. In fact, as the world urbanizes more, war has become more urban, targeting the built environment, as we have seen in Gaza, which was more than 77% urban before the outbreak of the war in October 2023. Israel's use of artificial intelligence through systems such as Lavender, Gospel, and Where is Daddy, the IDF's systematic demolition of residential buildings using explosives, robots, and D9 Caterpillar bulldozers, and the overall pattern of mass bombardment of buildings, judging by its scale and ferocity, show that the destruction of residential buildings and civilian infrastructure has been intentional, disproportionate, and unnecessary for any plausible military objectives. Indeed, the pattern of this destruction goes beyond Gaza and can be seen in the West Bank as well, for example, in the use of Caterpillar bulldozers. Despite these facts, there is little promise thus far that anyone would be prosecuted for such war crimes, although many countries do have laws to prosecute violations of war crimes on the basis of universal jurisdiction, including Canada. Unfortunately, the record is bleak. There have been no convictions of anyone for mass destruction of housing in war crimes trials of the past. The definitions of crimes against humanity and genocide in the Rome Statute of the ICC do not include mass destruction of homes. South Africa has alleged before the ICJ in its case against Israel that rendering territory uninhabitable through massive destruction of homes and related civilian infrastructure actually constitutes genocide under the Genocide Convention. If that argument is upheld by the ICJ, it might offer a glimmer of hope that law is still relevant to control the inhumanity of domicile. Under international law, Israel and other states and private entities that committed or became complicit in domicile in Gaza through their supply of weapons, machinery, products, and expertise remain both accountable and responsible, and that is including Canada. Accountability is a language of legal and moral liability that usually attaches to individuals or private entities, while responsibility is a well-established doctrine of states under international law. It is indeed a fundamental rule of established international law that states are responsible for their wrongful acts and must provide reparation to restore all rights. This will be a long struggle, and this People's Tribunal is an important milestone in that quest. Indeed, the panel of elders may want to consider how its findings may influence the strengthening of the politics of solidarity, which must trump the politics of domination and subjugation, which remains the operating system of world order. As law strives to be a language of not just domination and power, but of legitimacy to establish its hegemony, alternative narratives of legitimacy are emerging and are possible, which can shape law and politics of counter-hegemony. I urge the elders to approach their analysis and findings in that spirit. Finally, I urge the elders to consider the impact of domicide on immediate survival needs and longer-term rebuilding of Gaza. Despite the current ceasefire, immediate shelter needs of almost 2 million people loom large. This is complicated by two factors. First, winter is coming and many vulnerable individuals, including infants, may perish, as in the past 2 years, unless there are enough tents and caravans to house them. However, as long as Israel controls the borders of Gaza, only a trickle of aid is coming in, judging from past experience also. After the failed ceasefire in early 2025, hardly any tents and caravans were allowed inside Gaza by Israel, although it had agreed to do so. Second, the sheer volume of rubble created by the obliteration of all built structures in Gaza has created an extraordinary challenge of debris removal and disposal. The debris remains contaminated and is mixed with unexploded munitions, thus rendering whole areas unsafe. But large equipment and personnel needed for this task is not coming in and cannot come in unless the occupation and border controls are removed. Despite the fact that under the 20-point plan, Israel has explicitly agreed to allow such large equipment to come in. But it's not doing it. Longer-term rebuilding is even more complicated and is estimated to cost billions, the largest portion of which is for restoring and rebuilding adequate housing, according to available estimates, including by the World Bank. Responsibility for rebuilding is squarely that of Israel and the countries that contributed and facilitated supply of weapons and political support for genocide, including Canada. This is a long-standing rule of international law, not a new rule. But the real challenge of rebuilding after such catastrophes is the level of trauma and social disarticulation, and not just how rapidly the physical structures can be rebuilt. This will remain an enormous challenge. It is thus manifestly clear that the Commission of Domicide, which has been the main tool of genocide in Gaza and occupation of Palestine as a whole, and annexation, must be confronted in all its enormity, as the consequences of domicide are in fact among the biggest challenges to the recovery of the Palestinian people. The elders may want to consider this in their deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajagopal, for that exposition of both the structural possibilities and limitations of the law through the lens of domicide. And your scholarship has so long brilliantly analyzed these limitations as a result of the colonial underpinnings of international law. So thank you so much for that testimony. David White. Oh, you're muted? Now you're unmuted, yes.
To the panel of eminent elders and participants of this important tribunal, it's an honour to be talking to you. I want to elaborate on some of the issues we've just heard actually and develop an understanding of the ecocide as a strategy of warfare in Gaza, as a central part of Israel's strategy of warfare in Gaza. I want to start by making the general point. The annihilation of environmental infrastructure is a conscious and deliberate part of the Israeli military strategy in Gaza, without any doubt. By environmental infrastructure, I mean infrastructure that ensures the integrity and cleanliness of land, water, air, and biodiversity, including agriculture and drinking water. The basic military objective is to attack all of the conditions that sustain life in Gaza. And this means that effectively any distinction between military and civilian competence as enshrined in international humanitarian law is collapsed. That distinction is annihilated, and I'm going to outline some aspects of that annihilation, talking first about water quality, removing, and I know some of this will have been repeated from the earlier session, but I think it's important to bear witness to precisely what's going on here. On water quality, removing the capacity of the people of Gaza to produce drinkable and usable water has been a central part of Israel's war effort. The release of huge amounts of raw sewage every day. It's contaminated land and water courses, including the aquifer and the Mediterranean coast, ensuring disease proliferation. If we go back as early as June 2024, the UN Environment Programme reported that water sanitation and hygiene systems are almost entirely defunct. And earlier this year, the Palestinian Water Authority noted that over 85% of Gaza's water and sanitation infrastructure is inoperable. If anything, it's as bad or even worse at the moment. This has created a major public health emergency, including the risk of cholera epidemic and the emergence of cases of polio in children, alongside other widespread waterborne diseases. I want to say something very briefly about the deliberate nature of these attacks. The FXB Centre for Health and Human Rights at Harvard, for example, Harvard University, has analysed satellite data of damage to water facilities in Gaza and found this damage did not follow a random pattern as it would if it was consistent with collateral damage as a consequence of a general bombing campaign. If you map this over time, it reveals a pattern of damage that's tightly clustered around water facilities. And statistically, this analysis estimated a less than 1% likelihood of this cluster damage occurring by random chance. Israeli military action has intentionally decimated civilian water infrastructure as part of the attack on Gaza, very clearly. Agriculture and land quality, I want to address some comments to that, to this aspect. Israeli military operations, of course, have used bulldozers to destroy Palestinian arable land for decades, for many years, and since at least 2014 this tactic's been complemented by the aerial spraying of herbicides, destroying large areas of fertile farming land in Gaza, often without any warning to those on the land. During the current onslaught, this tactic has been systemized in new ways and has had almost indescribable effects in terms of its intensity and scale. But we start by maybe pointing to the creation of a perimeter zone in Gaza in which everything was destroyed, living or not, and that exemplifies the systematization. As one report, based on the testimonies of Israeli soldiers, reported, soldiers were given orders to deliberately, methodically and systematically annihilate whatever was within the designated perimeter, including entire residential neighbourhoods, public buildings, educational institutions, mosques and cemeteries with very few exceptions. Industrial zones and agricultural areas which served the entire population of Gaza were laid to waste regardless of whether those areas had any connection whatsoever to the fighting. Now, also, those soldiers' testimonies talked about the way in which people were assassinated as part of this process of clearing the land by sniper fire, in the kind of tactics that we've heard about full-blooded murder of people under the guise of a strategic operation. It's not only that the logic operates at the perimeter, the same scorched earth orders have been generally applied across Gaza. If we turn to thinking about agricultural land, by May 2025, damage to crops in Gaza by bombing and military operations were assessed by the UN Environmental Programme as 97% of tree crops, 82% of annual crops, including greenhouses, 95% of shrubland, and 89% of grass and fallow land. This is absolutely part of the deliberate starvation of Gaza, and there will certainly be some permanent loss of fertile soil in Gaza with irreversible ecological consequences. Destruction of agricultural land, including the deliberate destruction of almost all of Gaza's orchards and most of its arable lands, as well as the targeting of fishing grounds and the capacity to fish has been partly sustained. And I have to say the cold-blooded murder of Gazan fishermen, the destruction of their capacity to fish through the destruction of fishing boats and other equipment has been part of a sustained and deliberate attempt to render Gaza unlivable. And I want to say something a little bit more about the collapsing of the distinction between military and civilian targets for this purpose. Israel's repeatedly justified such attacks by claiming that Hamas uses civilian resources for military purposes. According to Israeli officials, Hamas hides weapons in and launches attacks from civilian locations, aid convoys, and so on. In this sense, Israel claims all infrastructure as a legitimate target because of its potential use by Hamas. I don't have to tell people here what this means in terms of international law. And this is the primary principle that Israel has used to legally and politically justify the attacks on Gaza that target environmental infrastructure. If the analysis of ecocide in previous military conflicts reveals a blurring of the distinction between civilians and combatants, the Israeli state has wholly eradicated this distinction for its own political and military purposes. The open declaration that all life be treated as a legitimate target can only be understood as a supreme declaration of racism. Palestinians must be categorized and treated as homogeneous and as an expendable terrorist population. Palestinians have to be racialized to the point that Palestinian lives are seen as nothing more than an inconvenient but expendable obstacle to achieving a military goal. Whilst this is not unique in warfare, Israel's genocidal attack on Gaza has perhaps seen the highest point at which the destruction of civilian targets and the mass murder of civilians, hospitals, water treatment plants, farms, schools and universities, refugee camps, human aid queues, is openly boasted about and justified explicitly by its perpetrators. I also want to address some comments because I do think there's a wider context for ecocide, which means that we have to the wider context that we have to keep talking about because we have to be, I think, connecting the immediate conditions of environmental devastation and annihilation with the longer term consequences for the planet. And by that I mean that historically Israel, as we know, has been an important channel for European and North American interests in the region, the key channel, and along with the cultivation of friendly relations with some Arab states, Israel's enabled Europe and the US to maintain, US particularly, but also Canada, to access oil markets in the Middle East. The genocide, ecocide in Gaza could not be prosecuted with anything like the same devastation and intensity. It couldn't be prosecuted with anything like the same devastation and intensity without the IDF's historical and present-day reliance on US weapons. And indeed European weapons, and indeed Canadian weapons, and without such a close alliance, military alliance with Israel, this genocide could not be prosecuted at all. I think that point has been made very clear by other contributors. But I think this is a crucial entry point into understanding that the attacks in Gaza are part of a geopolitical military strategy to sustain an economy based on fossil fuel extraction. The attack on Gaza cannot be described as a war for oil. Of course, it's much more than that in many respects. But the Israeli war machine is only sustained because oil is in the Middle East. The plight of Gaza is therefore inextricably linked to the climate ecocide. It's not merely an irony that I say that the geopolitics of the oil rich Middle East provides actually the foundations of the genocide and ecocide in Gaza. But the relationship is one of dependency. We can't understand Israel's capacity for genocide without understanding the geopolitics of the fossil fuel economy. I want to now kind of refer back to some issues that were touched on, so I'll be very quick. But this ecocide will continue. Mazin Kumze, I know he addressed the panel earlier, and I wasn't able to hear what he said, but I have heard him say in other contexts that actually it's possible that many more people than have already died in the genocide will die in the future because of the toxic poisoning of Gaza, because of its complete eradication of the capacity to sustain life from disease and conditions after the bombing that bring a different crucial dimension to the genocide. And there are a couple of aspects I want to discuss. Disruption of energy infrastructure in the blockade has led to an exponential rise in the burning of wood, plastic, other waste materials, cooking and heating, releasing high concentrations of particulate matter, dioxins and other toxic compounds. Emissions from munition explosions and fires in bomb structures, including industrial facilities, also release significant quantities of toxic chemicals into the air. So the deaths, the cumulative deaths by acute respiratory infections and diseases that have been rising rapidly throughout the conflict are likely to keep on rising. And so that has to be regarded as also part of the genocide ecocide. The debris that we've just heard about in the last contribution, I want to just quickly put some figures on this. The urban infrastructure destruction has produced 61.4 million tons of debris. Now that's more than 20 times than that generated by all other military attacks on Gaza since 2008. That's debris heavily contaminated with asbestos, industrial medical waste, heavy metals, and of course human remains, and will be a major source of disease. We just heard about the unexploded military ordnance. That's estimated at 5 to 10% of the total amount of bombs and explosives dropped on Gaza is unexploded and is in the rubble. 2.9 million tons of debris in industrial areas are contaminated with chemicals, heavy metals and other hazardous materials, with over 250,000 tons potentially containing heavy metals, largely from destroyed photovoltaic cells or solar panels. Now it's estimated that safe disposal of this rubble will require over 700 hectares of landfill, which is obviously completely unviable in Gaza's densely populated and land-constrained context. Not to mention the point that we've already heard about the technology that needs to come into Gaza for that rubble to be cleared. But I do want to note this, that in this respect, under the Oslo II Accords, hazardous waste has to be transferred to Israel, pending establishment of Palestinian disposal facilities. This mandate applies to the waste created by the attacks that are continuing now, the attacks since October 23, but it's not featuring in the so-called peace plan. And I think that's one dimension of what Richard Falk described as the genocide is getting to determine the future shape of the ongoing genocide in Gaza that we have to be aware of. So in summary, I want to reiterate the point: the ecocide in Gaza cannot be thought in any sense as distinct from the genocide. Ecocide is a central part of the military strategy. The destruction of agriculture, water purification and energy infrastructure is central to the military goal. A sustained and systematic strategy to eradicate the capacity for Palestinian life in Gaza now, and severely limiting the capacity to survive at any point into the future. Israel's explicit justifications for this scorched earth military strategy raises profound questions about why this is being tolerated, supported and sustained by the most powerful international states, including the state that we're here to hold accountable. It also raises further questions about the supine nature of structures of international law to prevent this genocide and ecocide, and about the real politic of Israel's unspeakable brutality. The individuals responsible for this genocide and ecocide must be held accountable for the unimaginable hell they've brought to Gaza. We will never forget, and we can never stop fighting to hold those people accountable.
Thank you, Professor David White, for that elucidation of the fundamental intertwining of violence against humans and other than humans, for which genocide, to the extent that under colonial legal systems is narrowly understood as destruction of human persons, is a profound euphemism for what is actually the destruction of total life on that piece of earth. Now, Professor Tara Williamson.
Hanin, Uju, Tanse, Sego, Wapshkamakons, Dijnakas, Gapshkigamak, Gayo Pasquak, Amino Abirdiz, Okamasis, and Dunjepa. My name is Tara Williamson. I'm a member of the Opaskwayak Cree Nation in Treaty 5. I was raised in Gapshkigamag, Swan Lake, Manitoba in Treaty 1. I have close family ties to Beardy's Okamasis in Treaty 6, and I'm also an adopted member of the House of Valiasila of the Heiltsuk Nation. I've been asked to speak to you today about the limits of colonial law regarding genocide, in resonance in particular with the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. I co-authored Chapter 4 of the report on colonization as gendered oppression. My guiding premise is that the formation of the nation-state of Canada was done outside of the rule of law. And while there isn't one authority on the contents of the rule of law, the Supreme Court of Canada has defined it as 1, precluding arbitrary state power, and 2, requiring the maintenance of a positive legal order. As articulated by Dr. John Burroughs, Canada's assumptions of underlying title and sovereignty throughout its claimed territory violates both of these fundamental principles. It is an arbitrary exercise of power aimed at dismantling Indigenous systems of law and normative order, and furthermore, the Crown suppressed Aboriginal governance and denied these groups indispensable elements of law and order. When colonizers landed on the east coast of Turtle Island, they were confronted with the Indian problem. Either the Indians were as human beings equal to or identical with the settlers, or else they were radically different, in which they were reduced to savages on the same level as animate or inanimate objects of nature. By taking the latter position, colonizers effectively, politically, and legally incapacitated Indigenous peoples in colonial law and applied the doctrines of discovery and terra nullius to these lands. It should be noted that in the 2014 Chilcotin Nation v. BC case, Chief Justice McLaughlin, as she was then, stated that the doctrine of terra nullius never applied in Canada, as confirmed by the Royal Proclamation of 1763. But that proclamation unilaterally declared Indians as being under the protection of the Crown, and while it applies to all genders, the theme of the childlike, uncivilized, underdeveloped savage in need of protection is visited disproportionately on Indigenous women, girls, and non-binary people. Claiming land for European monarchs was tied to the practice of claiming souls for God. In the case of Christianity, and in particular early Catholicism, core beliefs about gender and the role of women were brought into communities. The imposition of patriarchal European values meant that exerting control and dominance over Indigenous women and gender-diverse people was a vital aspect of colonization. Colonial law in Canada impacts women and girls in disproportionate ways, which exacerbates conditions of vulnerability. A prime example is the eliminatory definition of Indian status through the Indian Act. In order to settle land, settler colonialism had to find a way to remove Indians from the land. One way to do this was to use the law as a tool to define and rename Indigenous people as Indians and limit the numbers of people who could claim that status. In 1876, the Indian Act defined an Indian as any male person of Indian blood. If an Indigenous woman married a non-status person, Indigenous or otherwise, she would lose her Indian status, as would all of her children and her descendants. Several legislative changes to the Indian Act in 1951, 1985, 2011, and 2019 have attempted to undo those harms. However, the Indian Act continues to disadvantage Indigenous women, in particular those who are unmarried or do not want to name paternity for several reasons, including abuse. The gendered status provisions have been found to be discriminatory in Canadian courts and at the United Nations Human Rights Commission, and the clumsy attempts of colonial law to remedy the problems it creates are examples of the failure and limits of the law to reach back in time and fix harm. The effects on Indigenous women and their families is immense, and this is a quote from Elder Migam Agun from the MMIW report. When we deny a woman and her children through the Indian Act legislation, we are banishing our family members. When you look at that in our language and in our understanding, that banishment is equivalent to capital punishment. And so when you disregard a person, a human being, and they cease to exist, that opens the door for the rest of the people to violate those individuals. In 1920, the Indian Act mandated that every Indian child be sent to residential school in order to kill the Indian and the child. Under the guise of protection, Canada signaled that Indigenous people were unfit to be parents, and that stereotype, of course, falls more heavily on mothers and women than on fathers and men. One solution to residential schools was to amend the Indian Act in 1951 to allow provincial child welfare agencies to assert jurisdiction over Indians and lands reserved for Indians. During that decade in British Columbia, the number of Indigenous children in care jumped from less than 1% to 34.2%. This marks the beginning of the 60 scoop. A study in 2017 concluded that losing custody of a child to Child Protection Services is associated with significantly worse maternal mental health than experiencing the death of that child. Forced or coerced sterilization of Indigenous women was legalized through provincial legislation in Alberta and BC until 1972 and 1973 respectively. We know that if someone kills an Indigenous woman and is found guilty, which often is not the case, that person will have a sentence that's 3 years shorter than for those found guilty in the homicide of a non-Indigenous woman or girl. We know that Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to be murdered or disappeared compared to other women living in Canada. We know that while Indigenous women represent only 4% of the adult female population, they make up 40% or more of inmates at custody at provincial, territorial, and federal facilities. Through a persistent, ongoing narrative reinforced by colonial law, the message to Canadian society is that Indigenous women are dispensable and have little to no value. There have been two notable instances in which the question of genocide as it relates to Indigenous people and Indigenous women, girls, and non-binary people have been taken up in formal processes in Canada. Both instances reveal the limits of colonial law in addressing genocide. As a result of the largest class action lawsuit in Canadian history, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada was established to document the history and legacy of residential schools. In 2015, the TRC's final report concluded that the residential school system constituted cultural genocide, which should be noted is not included in the definition in the Geneva Convention, which also Canada worked very hard to have excluded. Because the commission arose out of a settlement agreement from the class action, it was considered a post-judicial process and had no legal authority to make a finding that Canada had committed crimes already considered to be settled in the law. Not constrained by the same limitation, the MMIW report used the plain legal language of genocide to describe the situation in Canada and provided an extensive legal analysis supporting that claim. The national inquiry, without excluding the possibility that individuals could be held liable for genocide in Canada, and duly noting the acts and omissions of provinces within Canada, draws a conclusion on the responsibility of Canada as a state for genocide under international law. However, the MMIW inquiry, like all public inquiries, does not give rise to civil or criminal liability. The limits of Canadian law in accounting for and taking responsibility for the genocide of Indigenous people, and women and girls in particular, lies partially in the dilemma that it is precisely because of, not in spite of the law, that colonial violence persists. Settler colonialism is more than an event, or even a series of events. It is a structure. If the foundation of this structure is the violation of the colonizing nation's own rule of law, if the nation state is founded on a lie that Indigenous people are Indians, are less than human, are childlike, are savage, then is it reasonable to believe that a series of new laws or apologies or commissions will right the wrongs that have taken more than 400 years to embed in society? There is merit in uncovering the truth of things and telling the stories of survivors and influencing public perception. Certainly, truth must come before reconciliation. However, in the face of real lived experiences of colonial violence, there are no laws that hold the whole structure accountable. How does the law stop what was set in motion hundreds of years ago that continues to visit harm upon me and my relatives? Indeed, it does not matter to me, my families, or my communities that maybe one day, when it's safe, when there's no personal downside to calling a thing what it is, when it's too late to hold anyone accountable, everyone will have always been against this. Miigwech.
Thank you, Professor Tara Williamson, for that exposition of the deep, legalized structural roots of genocide in the Canadian framework. We're very grateful to you and to all of our witnesses in this session for it. Now I would like to invite Alex Patterson from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, who will be chairing our final session, which has two witnesses in it on Canada's history of enabling the settler colonization of Palestine. Do we have John Quigley online in the Zoom waiting to come in? we'll take a few minutes break
Yes,
just to
thank
walk
you.
around. Yeah.
Thank you,
I know. I'm sorry. It's just because.
No, it's okay, just 5 minutes.
I know.
Going to-
There it is. I was getting stressed out because some of the time limits and things. But tomorrow inshallah, it'll be better. We have the tech sorted out now. So we can start on time. Okay. No, Yes. My brother. Oh, so he'll take you.
Do you need a ride? Okay, you sure? Yes.
Yeah, I know. Come on, what's up?
So that should be. Yeah, yes, I only want to hear.
That's okay, so did I. So.
I believe the whole. I'm live streaming it, but what do you guys have sign over there? It depends on the room mode. If it's really loud, then we can record it. The audience and the actual. Sorry, we're in green. There's no. Let's go.
let's do that now. I'm kind of at a point. So we're going to start this last session called Canada's History of Enabling Settler Colonialism in Palestine. I'm Alex Patterson from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. And we've got two speakers in this last session. Respecting everyone's time and probably energy level, I'm going to be a little more strict with time limits on the presentations for this last session to wrap us up here. So I will cut folks off at exactly 10 minutes. And there'll be a wrap up after that. Our speakers in this last session are John Quigley, Professor Emeritus of Law at the Moritz College of Law, the Ohio State University specializing in public international law, who's joining us on Zoom. And then the second witness will be Dalia Hamza, Associate Professor of Arab History at Université de Montréal. So we'll start with Professor Quigley. Take it away, John.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be asked to participate in this event. You have heard some discussion about Canada's responsibility for what is occurring right now in Gaza. I want to take that issue back about 70 years and suggest that there may be some things for which Canada could be held responsible in regard to bringing the issue of Palestine into the United Nations in a way that led to the chaos over these past 70 years, and in particular to the devastation that we're now seeing in Gaza. Canada played a significant role in securing the division of Palestine in 1947. Canada had a seat on the UN Special Committee on Palestine that was set up by the UN General Assembly in the summer of 1947. And its representative on that committee, the Special Committee on Palestine, was a distinguished jurist, Ivan Rand. And Rand, unfortunately, didn't know very much about Palestine. In fact, the Special Committee was set up specifically to include people who had not had a background on the issue, on the theory that they would be impartial. Unfortunately, that opened the way for the Jewish Agency to convince members of the Special Committee of a narrative about what had happened in the 1920s that led the Special Committee to recommend the division of Palestine. And specifically, Ivan Rand turned out to be one of the more influential members. There were 11 states that were represented on the committee, and he is considered by most analysts to be one of perhaps two or three that pushed the Special Committee in the direction of recommending Jewish statehood by virtue of splitting the territory of Palestine. And his work, in fact, has been recognized in a way at Hebrew University. There's a chair in criminal law at Hebrew University named the Ivan Rand Chair in Criminal Law, and that's kind of in honor of the work that he did in helping to bring about a Jewish state in 1947. He was cultivated, one might say, by two members of the Jewish Agency, one of them being Abba Eban and the other David Horowitz, who were assigned by the Jewish Agency to convince the members of the special committee that the special committee should recommend the division of territory. And they did their work well. They fed a lot of inaccurate information. David Horowitz was an economist. He, in fact, testified in Jerusalem before the committee and said that the Jews were paying more taxes and that the Arabs were getting the benefit of the taxes. He said that the Jews were investing in the Arab economy and that was helping the Arab economy. All of that was inaccurate. But Ivan Rand really bought what was being sold by David Horowitz and Abba Eban. And that led the committee to suggest the splitting of the territory. That is, the majority of the committee suggested that. Ivan Rand was apparently very much impressed by the economic activity of the Jewish settlers. But the most important negative here was that he accepted the narrative that the League of Nations had more or less called for Jewish statehood in Palestine. And that was simply not true. This was carried through then in the ad hoc Committee on the Palestinian Question, which received the recommendation of the special committee. And there the Canadian representative was Lester Pearson. And then it went to the plenary of the General Assembly. This is now November of 1947. And there it was J.L. Ilesley who represented Canada. And he said quite importantly that the Arabs had a good case for self-determination, for Palestine to be a single country, but he said that was negated by the fact that the League of Nations had given the mandate to the government of Britain along with approval of the Balfour Declaration, and that meant that the statehood for the Jewish population of the Jews of the world had in effect been mandated already by the League of Nations. None of that was true. In fact, Britain did not, in fact, gain a lawful mandate over Palestine. According to the League, the states that wanted to have a mandate first had to gain title from either Germany or Turkey, and Britain never gained title from Turkey. The peace treaty of Lausanne of 1923 left Britain out in the cold, and that was in fact stated by the leading British jurist of the era, Cecil Hurst, who represented Britain in the Permanent Court of International Justice in the Mavromatis case, who said in regard to the Treaty of Lausanne that it gave Britain nothing. So Britain should have simply left Palestine once that treaty was concluded, because the treaty gave it no role, and that meant that it could not have a mandate. One of the more serious negative things that was done by Canada then occurred in the summer of 1948, when Syria proposed in the Security Council that the International Court of Justice should be asked for an advisory opinion on the status of Palestine and what should become of Palestine. So Syria was a member of the Security Council in that year, and Canada happened to be a member of the Security Council that year. The proposal for an advisory opinion was greeted actually quite favorably by the Security Council by a majority, but in the Security Council it requires a qualified majority for a resolution to pass. There were 11 members of the Security Council, and 6 voted in favor of asking for an advisory opinion. And that advisory opinion would have gone over everything that had happened in the 1920s, and self-determination by then was being proclaimed in the UN Charter, and there would have been a good chance that the court would have said that the partition of Palestine was unlawful. When it came to a vote, however, Canada abstained. And as a result of that abstention, there were only 6 affirmative votes rather than the required 7. So it was Canada's act of abstaining that kept the issue of Palestine from going to the International Court of Justice. Canada then went ahead and voted membership in 1949 for
1 minute to wrap up, John.
And I will stop at that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I think one of the things that really stood out for me in your presentation was how the British were also having cynical interpretations of treaties there, not just here. So next we have Professor Dali Hamza from the University of Montreal.
My name is Diala Hamza. I'm the daughter and granddaughter of Nakba survivors, and Canada is my 4th exile. I come to you today from a place of mass grief to bear witness to Canada's historical role in enabling the settler colonization of Palestine. My written brief, of which I cannot unpack here, covers the first 10 years of Canada's settler colonial engineering in Palestine, 1947 to 1956, starting with partition and Canada's role in UNSCOP, through the assassination of UN mediator Count Volk Bernadotte and Israel's admission to the UN, and ending with the so-called Suez Crisis, the Kafr Qasim massacre, and what constituted a very low moment of Canadian foreign policy, when Canada skirted the right of return of Palestinians enshrined in UN Resolution 194, and peddled in refugee resettlement in Canada. Of limited scope, the evidence I bring is commensurate with that of a young student of Canadian history. For while I am a historian, I am no Canadianist. It is, however, my understanding that while Canada at the time had an exceptional expert at its Department of External Affairs, but who had the major disadvantage of being a woman and disabled, the major players in the field, Mackenzie King, Louis Saint Laurent, and Lester Pearson marginalized the political and historical expert, Elizabeth Pauline McCullum, pushed a prestigious but clueless judge, Ivan Rand, and after he delivered his recommendation for partition, used McCullum's knowledge or ignored it to advance the exact opposite course that she was championing: no partition. The driver of the scheme was principally Lester Pearson in his many roles, who used Palestine to forge for Canada a position on the world stage distinct from Great Britain, and where subsequently he retreated into multilateralism to avoid and justify not enforcing international law when it came to Palestine. The time limit here only allows me to cover a portion of this reconstruction, and I am using it to elaborate on this notion of ignorance and how ultimately it was used to shield the fact that Ivan Rand, far from the impartial and independent judge that his reputation depicted, became a Zionist asset, without so much as Canada or the UN objecting to the highly questionable ethics of his dealings with the Jewish agency. Eminent elders, distinguished witnesses and conveners of this tribunal, and members of the public, it has been an overwhelming day when the historical intervention might sound trivial. I nevertheless come to you still feeling 3 years on the jolts generated by one dean's definitive pronouncement about Canadian historical innocence and civilizational superiority. Responding to a BDS motion I had introduced before the University of Montreal Senate, he had these words, I quote, "I will vote against this motion. I would much rather have Palestinian students come here and be exposed to the mind-blowing power of our freedom and openness than adopt a conflict to which we do not belong." So I also come to you from a place of stupor, not because of the colonial conceit, not because of the chance discovery of some buried memoranda into Canada's Cold War foreign policy archive, but because of, as I was about to discover, the extent of the ignorance that was and continues to be sported by Canada's citizenry and its scholars about Canada's fateful hand in the catastrophic partition of Palestine, an ignorance mirrored by that of the very political actors, diplomats, civil servants, and judges that attended to partition. In a review of William Kaplan's biography of Supreme Court Justice Ivan Rand, who in 1947, as John Quigley has just mentioned, sat on the UN Special Committee for Palestine, otherwise known as UNSCOP, University of Manitoba legal scholar Darcy McPherson candidly acknowledged that partition, I quote, was simply not part of my intellectual database as a white Anglo-Saxon Catholic male born in 1975. Evidently, it was not part either of that of my white Quebecois Catholic male dean, who was probably also born around that time. Where it gets alarming is when McPherson goes on to laud Kaplan about his, I quote, admirable job in teaching the reader about the history of partition. But here's the thing, Kaplan peddles in Zionist myths, long debunked since the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s by the generation of Israeli new historians, when he ends his chapter about Rand and UNSCOP with the following lines. For Israel, the majority UNSCOP report was simply the end of the beginning. For the Palestinians, it was the beginning of the end. The Arab states' violent rejection of partition precipitated the Nakba, or catastrophe, an unmitigated national disaster. That Kaplan is regurgitating the mendacious claim of a mass exodus of Palestinians provoked by the invading Arab armies, and that McPherson seems unaware of it. In 2009, unaware that on the eve of the Zionist Declaration of Statehood, half the total displaced population of Palestine had already been made refugee. All this speaks to the necessity of this testimony and to the necessity of teaching the settler colony of Canada about the historical role it played in the ethnic cleansing of Palestine after having ethnically cleansed Turtle Island and in the advent of the settler colony of Israel. So yes, after Great Britain handed over Palestine to the newly set up UN after World War II, and Canada was picked to sit on the UNSCOP together with 10 other nations, Justice Ivan Rand was handpicked by the Secretary of State for External Affairs, Louis Saint-Laurent, and Prime Minister Mackenzie King from a short list of career diplomats, civil servants, and university provosts or presidents. He was explicitly picked for his prestige, and despite what historian David Bergeson calls his, I quote, his almost complete ignorance of diplomacy and the complexities of the Palestine question. And yes, Ivan Rand was coached by the only Middle East expert in the whole DEA, the Department of External Affairs, Elizabeth Pauline McCullum, for a period of 10 days, enough for her to surmise Rand began with a Zionist bias. His admiration or friendship went to fellow American judges and arch-Zionists Felix Frankfurter and Louis Brandeis, who both had lobbied President Wilson to support the Balfour Declaration. So, no, Rand's so-called independence of judgment did not prevent him from meeting and surrounding himself with an exclusive coterie of Zionists. On his way to Palestine in New York, where he met the Zionist Canadian diplomat Lionel Gelber, who was liaising with the Jewish Agency. In Palestine, when he frequented and befriended, quite outside of the venue and framework of the UNSCOP meetings, Jewish Agency liaison officer and economist David Horowitz, of whom John Quigley has already spoken, who would later write about Rand's hand in steering UNSCOP towards partition. He said, everyone surmised correctly that Rand had turned the scales. And yes, Rand was sought out by and accepted to meet with Reverend William Hull, a Canadian Christian Zionist who had moved to Palestine in 1935 and who impressed Rand with his admiration for the Zionist settlers. Now, Rand's expressed surprise at Hull's words of high admiration for the Jewish people, their standards of life, and the tremendous work they had done since returning to their ancient homeland, betrays stunning ignorance by Rand of Christian Zionism. And yes, Rand had absolutely no issue proceeding with the UNSCOP inquiry despite its boycott by the Palestinians. No procedural issue here, no moral qualms, since he bought the Zionist narrative whole, including the conflation between the building of a Jewish national home in Palestine, i.e. the Balfour Declaration, and the distinct issue of the Holocaust survivors pressing at the doors of Palestine in their hundreds of thousands. Rand had told Gelber that nobody with the I'm quoting, nobody with the slightest acquaintance with the world scene can be unaware of the connection. Was Ivan Rand an intolerant bigot, as some National Post journalist recently described him? Because he would not speak to the Acadian husband of his sister, or because while Dean of the Western University Law School, he rejected a candidate for the faculty because he felt that London, Ontario did not want too many Jews? I will leave you to judge and to take in the meaning of pro-Zionist anti-Semitism. In a speech at a rally in 1949, Rand declared that Zionist leadership, I quote, faces the task also of showing the way of the rehabilitation of the life of the Middle East. The mass of humanity of that region today is sunk in squalor and degradation. Talking about the Palestinians here. No other people on earth can bring to it the intelligence, energy, and effective work that the Jews can. Was Léon Méran, Ivan Rand's UNSCOP alternate and career diplomat, otherwise declined? This is what he wrote. The Arabs were bound to be vocal opponents of partition, but they should not be taken too seriously. The great majority were not yet committed nationalists, and the Arab chiefs could be appeased through financial concessions, especially if these accompanied a clearly declared will to impose a settlement, whatever the means necessary. What were Mehran's sources? Mehran had read Palestine Mission, written by Richard Grossman, a British member of the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry, as part of his preparation for UNSCOP. He found himself agreeing with Grossman, one of the most pro-Zionist members of the 1946 committee. After Rand had prevailed on UNSCOP, and I'm almost done, to produce a majority report for partition between two states, one Arab and one Jewish, with an economic union, Under Secretary of State for External Affairs Lester Pearson stepped in and took over where Rand had left off. Lester Pearson saw, I'm quoting here a historian who's worked on Elizabeth McCallum, saw a Jewish state as inevitable. With little regard for the rights of the Arabs, he advocated support for the majority plan. McCallum, on the other hand, thought that a peaceful solution to the problem would not be found by imposing a United Nations decision. If a solution were forcefully imposed on either party, warned McCallum, far greater violence would be unleashed on Palestine and quite possibly beyond. She insisted that the two parties needed time to negotiate a settlement that was satisfactory to all, and she continued to challenge Pearson's position throughout the session by suggesting that it violated numerous provisions of the UN Charter. In particular, and I will end there, she questioned how the implementation and enforcement of partition could occur without violating the Charter, and how would the partition of Palestine ensure the security of the new Jewish state. Yet Pearson prevailed, leading the United Nations and the great powers, where McCallum was convinced that they should not go.
Thank you, Professor John Quigley, Professor Diala Hamza, for this phenomenal uncovering of histories that have been subjected to enforced ignorance. You can see from the tremendous weight of legal, scholarly, and moral authority of the witnesses that we have heard today, as well as the beautiful eminence of our panel of legends, our panel of elders, how much more damning it is that this tribunal was disowned and disavowed by a university, much less one with a law school. But inshallah, we will continue in this Senate room that has so kindly been made available to us through the tremendous efforts of Senator Wu. We will continue tomorrow, looking more specifically into particular dimensions of Canadian complicity in the genocide and dispossession of Palestinians. We begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and now that we've refined our tech procedures, hopefully we'll be starting on time. So see you all tomorrow. Thank you all so much for joining us. Okay, yes, I am here. That was the conversation. Bringing back. Sorry,